Could be placeholder text. Yeah, could be. Yeah, there's the book behind Scott. It doesn't allude to. It doesn't allude to anything bad, but it just means that it was made in 2021. Man, Swishio, you just like saying stuff off the cuff and not using your brain. That's what I try to tell you to do. Why, if they were releasing the game in 2022, why would they have a copyright from 2021 in it? Food for thought. What's going on here is that I'm most likely reading too much into that, but who knows? Once again, fellas, I don't ask. I really don't. I don't. I know the developers. I could shoot them an email right now. Like, I could ask Nate right now. And I'm not trying to say that to flex. I don't want to know. I like being surprised. It pays for me to get my genuine reaction on stream. Right? Right? That's good content. You know, that's I tell them to don't keep me out of the loop. I told them to do that on purpose. What book behind Scott? You guys literally don't see the name of that book right there? Yeah, okay. Okay. The video could be constructed as the original release for the tutorial. Yeah, maybe. Couldn't read the spine of the book. What does it say? You guys can go watch the video. I'll link it up. Either way. Which dev streams are on here, EJ? They're not. They're around Neo, but they're not here. And even if they were, they wouldn't be. They wouldn't post in chat unless they wanted to get mobbed down by a freaking by chat. You know. It's like when there's people out in the industry that I know that watch the stream. I don't say, hey, how was working on SLS today, or hey, how'd that Falcon 9 launch go? That kind of gives it away, and then people start harassing. Well, not harassing, but start messaging, hey, oh, you're this? Oh, that's really cool, you know. I just talk to them when they're in here, just like anybody else.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Crash, 44-month resub. No, you are not go at throttle. Wait, what? Hey, Nitro, welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. How can you build wings in KSP 2? How you can build? Yeah, the procedurals, Joshy. That looks really good. Yeah, the KSP 2 video looks amazing. What was the decoding? What was that Easter egg at the end? Curl, they've been watching the stream for years, man. Not one particular developer, but I know they're around. They don't come in here just because I'm streaming KSP. They come in here because they like the stream. At least that's what I think. At least that's what they'd have me think. They're probably just messing with me, making sure I don't say anything dumb. All right. Looks like the Chinese Mars lander is in the entry phase. Cool. All right. Let's see. It's the... look at that. This is a demonstration of the message with color added to highlighted separate parts. The binary transmission sent carried no color information. Yeah. It's an Easter egg from Arecibo. And see what I've broken.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Secret me! 4-month resub. Yeah. That's cool. This is what it gave.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting. Freshman, 18-month resub. You've earned it. It's a rocket. Yeah. So we got a rocket. We got the planet. What do you guys think this is up here? Set to prograde. Rotate it 90 degrees clockwise. Position in the solar system. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, El Hydra, they're around, but I don't, once again, I don't call attention to it, man. That's just... You know I'm not, like, gimmicky. I don't try to do gimmicky things. You know? It says launching in 2022. Yeah, you sure? On the website? Well, there you go. Elijah said on the website. Elijah said on the sub, launching 2022. There you go. Okay. Anyway, let's get into KSP, shall we? So, we got to do more SSTO work today. I'm going to work on baselining the vehicle a little bit more. So, we're going to actually start putting the thing together and get a revised baseline here. I still want to do some structural work with those fuel tanks, but we'll figure it out from there. We ran into a pretty hard building block last night when it came to... figuring out how we're going to integrate this, because doing a transporter erector like the actual X33 could be prohibitively difficult. Here, I got to bring the sound back in. Hold on. So the other vid I showed you, anything you could take. Did I miss the poll results for the timeline? If so, what was selected? Dark mode. The variable AOA? What about it, Tessa? Like, I don't... Oh, you're not changing angle of attack. That's called angle of incidence. It's cool. Is your stupid expansion breaking the website? How come you didn't design it for my one extension, drummer? Jeez. Yeah, so... I got 4 weeks, so we're gonna have to do work, so let's... Yeah, chat... It's funny, because chat thinks throwing money at a project and then shorting the deadline is a good way to get it done fast. When will you learn? Sounds like you have a built-in dark mode option. Yeah, well, that's not very intuitive, drummer. I don't care. Don't make a big deal out of it. Alright, so... do our warps for the day. No problem, Elijah. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying. Okay, I'm gonna go up to the station and we'll grab our we'll grab some science off of there. See if we can stock up. We did get the second ComNet tracking data array up. I wish the ComNet extended to the filters, but extended to these filters up here, but 1, 2, and 3. See what I'm talking about? We got our upgraded communications network up. We launched it on a Freedom rocket last night. The reason why we did that was to, yes. Perfect. The reason why we did that was so we could get a better signal through re-entry. I don't think that's enough. Well, yeah. Yeah, the path is what I like setting it to. So check it out. Even though we're not in sight of KSC, we still have good communication here. And it's cool that they're prioritizing the higher powered relay over the JeffNet, which is pretty neat. They're not using the low power communications. They're using the high powered stuff, which is pretty cool. That's the old communications network, JeffNet, and then the Kerbal Data Relay system. Kerbal Data Relay is Artidris, similar to NASA's tracking systems. So like the space station can see, or they can communicate with the space station right through KSC, even though he's planet in way. Swan, I don't use mods. I have the 2 DLCs installed, but I play by a very particular rule set called mission mode. Mission mode is kind of it's a challenge, dude. Chat votes on the directions of the program. And they vote on funding and time, but this is also a career mode save, so I can get paid via that if I need to. But yeah. It's very, very tough, man. 228. Okay, we're on our way. Alright, so. But yeah, Swan, I play stock just because I like the challenge. And it's easier to migrate when they update the game. It's easier to just jump into it. I don't have to worry about backwards compatibility. How does chat add money? You vote on it in a poll, and then I go into the debug menu, and then I add the cash in there. Like, you guys funded me. You guys funded the SSTO project at 3 million. So I hit that button 30 times. All right, so what do you think the coolest looking rocket is, and what got you into rocket science? I've always liked space, Elijah. In terms of the coolest looking thing, space shuttle. The space shuttle is aesthetically one of the prettiest rockets around. Yep, that's right, Toothless. Live and die by the sword, man. Alright, so this is how far we got with the main design here. How much game time has passed in mission mode? We're somewhere around year 4. Every time I load up the game, you time warp per the rules by 8 days. That makes it... The reason I do that is because you don't time warp when you're in solar orbit. So if I want to send something to, say, Duna, for instance, right? We send it, and it'll take a couple of weeks to get there. Alright? NASA doesn't just send something and then do nothing while the thing is coasting out there. We'll keep that mission in the background, right? And then we'll go do other things. So, the reason why I have daily time warps like that, you time warp 8 days, is because that more or less makes the save operate in real time, so to speak. More or less. So, like, between this time and the last time I played KSP, 8 days would have more or less, it's not an exact thing, gone by. Yeah. So the save, that keeps the save progressing at a nice reasonable rate. And that also makes it so I could miss launch windows if we have a particularly complicated mission. You gotta be careful. Hey, Fork. You just reinstalled KSP. Go you. Wow, long time no see, man. You said Saturn V wrong. Oh, yeah. Let's just think the most aesthetically pleasing rocket is a cylinder. Okay. Hey, look, the Saturn V is amazing, but it's a cylinder. It's a cylinder with a couple of cones on top of it. The rocket was the question was, what do you think is the prettiest looking rocket? The space shuttle is the most aesthetically pleasing, by a long shot. The Saturn V is way better in terms of performance than the space shuttle, obviously, but it's not the most aesthetically pleasing. It's close, but it's not the most. Nah, Antares? Yeah, sure. Ares 1 is up there. For me, at least. How's the stream vid? Good. Couldn't you theoretically time warp to the next launch window? Like, if you have nothing outside of Kerbin's SOI, or is there a rule prohibiting that? There's no particular rule prohibiting that, Pixel, but what I'm telling you is that I won't do that. I've heard the space shuttle SRBs were just kind of a cheap way to get to orbit, but they were dangerous. What were the other plans to get to orbit without SRBs? So first of all, this whole kind of stigma that the SRBs are dangerous is bullcrap. Statistically, they're not. Yeah, you had what went wrong with Challenger, and that's not okay. And that wasn't because of the SRB's design. It was because if you have an automobile, right, that's designed to drive on the road and you drive it into a lake, it's not going to work how you want. Why? It was not designed to drive into a lake, was it? I mean, unless you're James Bond, the White Lotus, though. Right? Right, Elijah? Yeah, if you do something that was not recommended from the manufacturer, right? Then guess what? Of course it's not going to do what you want. NASA kept launching SRBs in the freaking cold. There's nothing wrong with the SRB's design. Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah. If you do what the engineer said not to do and operate it outside of what its intended operating regime was, yeah, of course it's going to go wrong. The problem wasn't the SRBs. The problem was that it's what's called normalization of deviance. You don't launch a rocket and said, it's not supposed to do that. I got into space anyway, it's fine. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah. That's like what you'd say in KSP. Part of the rocket came off. I did that I didn't want. It made it into space, whatever. I think so, Sebi, yeah. I'm talking about the abort window. What? Did that part land on your face? Hey, it's a birthmark. Yeah, you think I like having that right there? Yeah. Freaking birthmark, dude. Right in the middle of my freaking face. It's great, huh? There's not much I can do about it, dude. Sorry. The SRBs can't shut down, so they can be dangerous to abort from. Well, you got to remember, Elijah, that the shuttle wasn't engineered that way. Don't think about the shuttle as a rocket. Think about it as an airplane. Do airplanes have ejector seats? Do airplanes have parachutes? Some of them do. Someone's going to be like, oh, EJ, but the SR-22 does. Yeah, I'm talking about like a 747. No. So, why are airplanes safe, right? Why are they safe? They're safe because we operated them enough to where we understood the technology, right? The shuttle was designed to work like that. Do airplanes fail once every 80 flights? If we flew them on the frequency of the shuttle swishio, yeah, probably. Deferred maintenance happens all the time. Or not deferred maintenance, just like malfunctions with planes happen all the time. But the fact that we fly them more makes them safe. If they had operated the shuttle, first of all, how it was supposed to be operated, well within its design parameters, which is what they didn't do, yeah, it probably would have worked a lot better. I don't have any problem with the shuttle doing that, with the shuttle flying like that. And frankly, you know, you could say like, oh, AJ, come on, Starship doesn't have any abort system. because it's supposed to be operated like an airplane. Modern aviation safety is partially based off of many accidents. Same with spaceflight. Yeah, fork, right? I mean, but to answer your original question, some of the other ways, they wanted to put a Saturn V first stage below the external tank. So, like, it would have been Saturn V first stage, orange tank with shuttle on the side, like halfway up the launch vehicle. That was something they wanted to do. That was pretty cool. But see, the SRBs were the only way you could operate that on a reasonable schedule, because you can get the SRBs back. You can't get an S1C back. Well, there were ways, but yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to do it. Space shuttle concepts, dude. The shuttle, yeah, Ethan, the problem with the shuttle program is management. It has nothing to do with the design. I think the shuttle is one of the safest ways statistically to get people into orbit. Yeah, there, I said it. You know why? Because Dragon, you could say that Dragon is statistically safer than the shuttle, and you'd be right, but the shuttle has launched way more people into space. SRBs cost so much to refurb, basically as much to make new. Alright. So, the S1C. Say they had kept doing it and said they would put it, hey, Wefrel, 11-month resub. Say they kept using this, right? So, Elijah, let's just go off the contingent that they wanted to use a Saturn V and they wanted to put the external tank on top of it with the shuttle hanging off the side of the ET, right? Let's just say they wanted to do that. Okay, now... Which one of these things do you think is more technically complicated to produce? Seriously, and I'm not talking about cost. I'm talking about which one of these things do you think is harder to make? Those or that? No, I was talking about why did they refurbish the SRBs?
It's exciting. We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight.
The S1C is way harder to make, dude. It's way harder to make. Just on a side note. So why did they refurbish the SRBs? So first of all, where did you hear that the SRBs were expensive to refurbish? I'm just interested. Where'd you hear that?
Dating back some 4,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
Legs were removed from 1051. Oh, maybe they're not going to fly it again. Interesting. So, everyday astronaut. I don't want to even say that, but all right. So, okay, yeah. Elijah, my question here, and once again, I'm sure there's a reason why Tim said that the way that he did. Now, okay, the SRBs are expensive to refurbish, yes. But what are they more expensive to refurbish then? I.e., and this is why I showed you the Saturn V first stage and the SRBs. So let's just play off the notion that somehow NASA could defy physics and get a Saturn V first stage back after it launched the shuttle up into space. Let's just play off that contingent. Even if you got that back, what can do what the SRBs do for less? That's what I'm getting at. Yes, the SRBs are hard. They are expensive to refurbish. They're expensive to make. I mean, but first of all, the train that delivered the SRBs down to KSC is already there. You might as well fish the SRBs out, and when the train goes back to Utah, right, to to get more SRBs, you drop the casings off. The train's already going back. The SRB train that they used to deliver them, so you might as well, right? It's just a gantry crane. Just fish gantry crane and 2 ships. Just fish them out, decouple the segments, put them back on the train cars, send them back, right? Dude, the SRB casings were reused a lot during the shuttle program. But the real question, Elijah, comes down to this, and I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to get at, but what else could do what the SRBs do for the price that the SRBs could do it? I'm just curious why they refurbished them instead of building new SRBs. Wouldn't the labor hours and stuff be way longer? No? I mean, you already... once again, the train's already going back. You might as well go fish the casings out. I would contend to say that there's no way. Now that I'm actually thinking about it, there's no way in hell that there is. I'm crunching some numbers in my head, bud. Give me a second. No, there's no way. There's no way that manufacturing new ones would be less expensive. There's not a chance. If anything, the cost would push. And if it pushes, why not reuse them? That's one less supply line that you need, one less supply chain. Makes the program easier. And in the long run, that could be more cost effective. Elijah, the whole thing with the shuttle is that, everyone says that the space shuttle was expensive, the space shuttle didn't work, blah, blah, blah. Well, first of all, it did work, and it worked pretty dang well. It had some teething problems here and there, and then there was Columbia, which was a freak accident. And yes, it has killed more people than any other launch system around. But it's also launched more people into space than anything else by a pretty significant margin, right? Statistically on paper, it's pretty dang safe for what it was for a vehicle that complicated. Now, everybody says it's all expensive, it's so complicated, because you got to remember that the shuttle wasn't really... It never ended up doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Okay? And this is why people say, the SRBs would have been too expensive to refurbish, or like building new ones would have been fun. Because the shuttle was originally supposed to fly every week. If you're flying every week, you got a production bottleneck now in SRB segment manufacturing. If the shuttle was flying all the time, then it makes sense. It doesn't make sense if you launch it 4 times a year, which is what it did at the end of the program. So, I mean, and I can back up this theory with the 5-segment SRBs that are on SLS. Those 5-segment SRBs on the Space Launch System are not going to be recovered, citing infrequency of flight as the reason. So, in that respect, that's probably why Timmy was saying what he did, because at the end of the shuttle program, then it didn't make sense. But if you already have that system in place, even though you're lowering your frequency of launches per year from 24 to 4, you already have it in place, might as well keep using it. Okay, I love the space shuttle, and I agree, it was the management that caused the disasters. I'm pretty sure that, that's the reason. I mean, if you're manufacturing in bulk, right, and then you reuse in bulk, then, the cost goes way down. All you got to do is pay for new seals and new propellant. And a new nozzle. The SRBs had an ablative nozzle. But, once again, that's, we can say, the SRBs aren't safe, blah, 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 blah. But, I mean, they are. An SRB has moved more people to space than anything. More, like I said, more people launched on the shuttle than any other rocket ever. And Soyuz still, it's going to take years if the Russians keep flying Soyuz to catch up in terms of people launched into space. The shuttle could put 7 to 8 people into space every time. So, people say, the SRBs aren't safe, blah, blah. I would say that the SRBs are safe, and they've moved more people into space than anything else ever. Starship's the only one that's ever going to get around that, I think. The cost of the shuttle to operate at peak cadence was pretty similar to Falcon 9 based on cost per mass total to orbit. The market fell, and then the drive to push the production killed the dreams of affordability. Yep, and that's just the sinusoidal nature of launch demand, pray. Got to find a way to flatten that out. SpaceX is trying to. Yeah, that's awesome. Funky Flex. It's really cool. SLS has SRBs and it can abort, so clearly they're safe enough to be able to abort. Yeah, Ryan, but it's easier to get a 20-ton capsule away than a 60-ton orbiter, you know? How's the vehicle going? Okay? Oh, interesting paper, Blue. We're gonna have to go figure that one out. But yeah, I mean, Elijah, I'm not like you got to be careful when you're asking a question, especially when it comes to complicated stuff like that. Like you rephrase the question a bunch of times. But yeah, no, I like you're changing the words up, and that's not a big deal. Like, but I wasn't really sure what you were trying to ask. Like, what I always try to do, dude, is I always try, if somebody asks me a question, I try to anticipate what the next 3 questions would be in that conversation, because I just have these conversations all the time with people. I usually get a lot of the same questions. So, yeah, you went with it a little different direction than what I thought, but yeah. Sorry for taking away from you, KSP. Don't apologize. I say I'm here to answer questions. I can't get mad when people do it. That's kind of the other thing that I have to be kind of weary of, Elijah, and this is just on a side note, that sometimes I get people that ask questions, and the questions that they ask, okay, like I get people that ask questions, but they aren't questions. Does that make sense? It's a weird thing that I see every once in a while. People try to ask me, you know, like they try to get me into an aha moment. You know what I mean? Gotcha. Well, how could this be this or that? And I try to, it's really easy to spot, I'll be honest with you, sometimes. But yeah, I gotta be careful of that stuff, dude. Yeah, they try to get the, got the streamer, stump the streamer type nonsense. So I gotta be careful with that stuff, dude. Oh, I can't. Dude, those people are the worst type of people because they're not here. They're not here to learn. Even their questions, like it's usually pretty easy to spot. I usually just don't answer the questions. But either way, let's get back to it. Hell Hydra, I read a little bit about it. What I tried to do last night is figure out how we could do the hinge, but once again, the hinge could be pretty difficult. Why do I feel attacked? Because you're a piece of crap? I don't know. Were the RS-25 engines on SLS used on space shuttle missions? Yep. And so are the SRB casings, Funky. Alright, so this is where we're at, and I'll show you guys the baseline here. Let me get refocused a little bit. I still haven't figured out how exactly we're going to do integration, but there are the things that we can develop in parallel here. Maybe you could use bendy tech for payload bay doors? I haven't even gotten that far, Swishio, so hold on a second, my dude. Yeah, Theix. It's strange. Yeah, look, man, like, I don't have any problems admitting when I'm wrong, you know? The only times I have problems with that is when somebody's trying to do that aha thing, like, and that it's annoying, right? I'm not gonna lie, it really throws off your flow as a streamer. Like, the whole pacing of the stream goes to the toilet when you get questions like that. Like, it's annoying. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a pain in the butt, dude. But, you know, like, I'm not afraid to say that I'm wrong on things, right? But man, sometimes I just get people in here that just, yeah, they just... It's almost like I get a weird vibe that they want to prove that they know more than me or something, and some people might. And you know what? I don't care. It's not a race to see who knows the most knowledge. I think, I don't know, maybe people want to feel happy because they asked a question that I couldn't answer or something. Like, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, guys. We're talking about, like, maybe, like, 2 to 3% of the like, 97% of good questions asked. You know what I mean? Yeah, but those questions do happen sometimes, and yeah, it's annoying. It really does throw off the flow of the stream. And like, and Elijah, no offense, I thought you were doing that. Like, there are people that ask like a line of questioning like I'm on the defense stand or something, like in a courtroom, and I hate that crap. So I try to be quick and deal with those questions fast. Yeah, Entropy, don't worry about it. It's fine. Like, dude, sometimes it rustles my jimmies, dude, but it's the technicality stuff that really pisses me off. Like, guys, you gotta remember, this stuff, it's off the cuff analogies, and I'm recalling that there's no dictionary. I don't have a manual here, nor can I anticipate all the questions asked. Everything that you hear from me when I'm looking at the camera like this is off the top of my head. It's not easy. This is not an easy thing to do. To just throw yourself in the lion's den when it comes to rocket science and answer any and all questions. Like, it's tough. So, like, when I have a good enough answer for a question, good enough to get the point across, so even the original person that asked the question was like, cool, and then somebody else says, well, actually, that's not right. You know, well, there's a time to be technical, and there's a time to not be technical. You don't want to be that guy that's hanging out with your group of friends that corrects people on their grammar if you guys are sitting around at the bar, right? And that kind of stuff makes my skin crawl. That know-it-all technical stuff. Like, there's a time to be technically correct, and in conversation like this, where it's not in an official capacity, that kind of stuff really just... That stuff does rustle my jimmies from time to time. Most of the time, I'm just like, yeah, sure, okay, you know? But from time to time, I'm just like, oh, God, you're missing the entire point of what I'm saying. But it's fine. And he plans on using the new solar panels. I don't know, T-Money, maybe. Yeah, Sobs, and once again, it is what it is. It's no problem. Like, that's just the internet, man. You're always going to run into people like that. Heck, you run into people like that in real life, as Theix said, all the time. So, let's get back to this. So, this is our tank testing article. I'm pretty sure I got a good finalized version of this. Yeah, Kyron, right? Yes, it's not a big deal. I know you, and I know you're just messing around, so I don't pay it so much mind. I just tell you to shut up. And I keep going. It's not a problem, dude. I know you're messing. But, like, I'll be honest with you, dude. There's people that do that kind of stuff that just, they come in here, and they're like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm like, yes, you're not here for it all the time, dude. But there's people that do what you do as a joke on purpose. Like, NASA man, quick low Earth orbit access. This thing will most likely use fuel cells. I don't need solar panels on this thing. Like, there's no reason that this thing should be up in space for a long duration amount of time. And if it is, it's going to be the time difference between it going to the station and coming back down. So it should be good in that regard. I do it for the irony half the time. Yeah, I know. You're just a jerk, S. I get it. I understand. I know you. Yeah, pray something like that. What's going on, Pat? Is this? Dart was coming back from one of my lunar missions. It landed off the runway because I shorted the re-entry and I killed Jeb, and chat promptly canceled the program and told me to make SSTOs instead, so that's what I'm working on now. Alright, back to work. I'm not going to cover rover landing pit. And I have no idea what time it's at. Sorry, man. Let's go over here. Let me reset a little bit here. So 228. Are the fuel tanks included? Yeah, that's what we're gonna need to test right now. But I just need to see. We can unlock that right now, and what we're gonna need to do for the large vehicles critical pathways is we're gonna need to unlock that. We need the big bay. So even though this isn't really where I'm going with this next, we're going to need the Mark III payload bay eventually. Okay, that's upgraded landing gear. Those are adapters and flags that I don't care about. Those are the big fuel tanks. We might need that, but can't you use two of the shorter Mark II bays? Or do the attachment nodes mess things up? I prefer one piece, one large piece, Jaka, structure. Like, same thing as the SRBs on the crane. One big piece, one big payload bay is a good thing to bolt everything to. That's how I built Collins. It's good to build it around the payload bay because one piece that I know won't bend and flex is the strongest part, right? I don't know, Swishio, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll go all the way through, maybe I won't. I might just wake up for it. Alright, so we can recover Herbal there. And Glebless can stay there and then work on the pad. Nice, Theox. Good job. Alright. Okay, so what do we gotta basically make sure that these things are, I gotta make sure that this thing can be, so one, it needs to be able to be towed around, so I'm gonna put a docking port down here, and I'm gonna put a docking port over the center of mass where it is right now with nothing in it. And in order to get this docking port to be completely lined up with the COM right here, what I do is I put a jet engine on it, and then I bring up my COT indicator, take these, move the thrust limiter to 0, and then move this up here, right? It's about as lined up as we can get. Alright, get rid of that, shut off the COT indicator, take these, put these back over to there like that, save, and what we'll do now is I need to make sure that these tanks are occluded. So I need to basically tow this thing down the runway. So what we'll do with the first tank test with serial number basically 1 here, don't worry, this isn't gonna stay out there. As cool as it would be to do Kerbal construction to build this thing outside of the VA or SPH, I'm not gonna do that. So yeah, we'll have 0, 1, and then you know what we could do? Each time we recover this thing, just put a dash mark for all the tests that it's done. Alright. That would be cool. So now I just gotta make a vehicle that can tow this thing around. So that's what we're gonna do. So let me go in here and let me get We'll just tow it with the K200. That's the right move. K200 trailer. Tow it from the back. Yeah, that's fine. We'll tow it backwards. Yeah, Jaka, right? Alright, so we just gotta, we'll strut this thing, basically ratchet strap this sucker down here. First thing we basically need to do is make sure that this thing is aerodynamic. Okay, that's not working, that's good. Still not working, awesome. Okay, yeah, sure. We didn't break anything, did we? Nope, it's just straight up not working. Okay. Good way to start. I think you need more wheels. Okay. Well, good to see that those are working. I'm not sure why that's doing that. I would have thought you would get this airworthy before adding it to a trailer. Okay. Because, wait, no, I mean, no, it's a test article, dude. This is just for testing the tanks, man. I'll just scratch build the stupid trailer. I know the design off the top of my head. Joshi, I mean, you'd want to tow it before you want to be able to tow, right? Like before you, right? What I'm trying to do is not make the mistake that I've made with pretty much every other architecture. With every other mission architecture that I've done, Joshi, I design the vehicle and then I build everything around it. That's not how this stuff is engineered in real life, dude. It's not, it doesn't work that way. How this stuff is engineered is all the equipment is engineered in parallel, you know? Like, you don't make like a plane and then put the plane out on the runway and say, oh, okay, I need to tow it back to the hangar because it's out of fuel. Crap, what do we do? No, you'd design a tow bar, right? You'd have the tow bar working in parallel, right? Like, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to design the equipment in parallel. So if I figure out a way to tow this thing around right now on a trailer, at least in some capacity, you know, we could use that trailer for later to go and recover the vehicle, for instance. You know what I mean? What does it mean if a fairing or tank is occluded? Well, it means it's not susceptible to aerodynamics. Occlusion in this game, Swishio, basically means, yeah, no aero. You don't have to worry about the aerodynamics affecting the tanks. That's why, if you look, my tanks are inside of fairings. This doesn't... It's not some cheat. You can't just shield the whole rocket inside of a fairing, right? That's not how that works. What this does do is it transmits the drag to the back of the stack. So, like, it'll take everything in here, and it'll have a value, like, okay, this has this much in it, right? And, oh, I have another fuel tank attached behind me, and then there's another engine, and it'll apply the drag over there. Not trying to question or be a dick. Yeah, no, I got you, Joshy. I'm trying to get you to think about, like, how this would work in parallel, you know what I mean? You know, you said, oh, I figured you'd do this way, and, you know, per, like, how I've engineered stuff in the past, you're absolutely right. But I'm trying to do this quick, because, like, with Dart, dude, do you remember, like, I just, like, hang on, that needs to be rotated. I'm gonna rotate these. With Dart, I had Dart, and then, you know, I got it back, and then I didn't know what to do. I was like, oh, now what? Trying not to have that problem this time around, dude. Like, I want to, you know, if I get this thing back, we need to be able to, like, because the selling point for an SSTO, right, is being able to get it back to the pad really quickly. Being able to get it back to the pad really quickly and then launching it again, right? Like, that's the selling point. So, like, the trailer that I used to get this thing from the runway to the launch pad is just as important as the dang thing, because it's not so much just important as the SSTO itself, because it's not just the SSTO, it's the system. In the same way that Super Heavy and the orbital launch pad is super important to Starship, right? That's really important to the design, like as important as Starship, if not more, right? Because without that stuff, Starship is just a grain silo. Right? Right on, man.
Discovery, go at
Like,
throttle up.
Starship is just a cool thing that hops up and down. Excuse me, one hop. If without Super Heavy to be able to push it into orbit. And we're going to see how awesome that is this summer. This summer, coming to a Texas launch site near you. Hey, Wiser, 10-month resub. Thanks, dude. Is this Starship able to get into orbit without any payload? Without any payload and without any wings? Basically, SN5, dude. SN5 could get into space with a full tank of gas. Like what SN5 and SN6 looked like. Basically just rocket engines in a fuel tank with a nose cone. That could get into space, barely. And even then it'd probably decay back and come back down. Never, Reagan. Yeah, crazy, huh? Alright. Is this an editor problem or was it those parts? Let's see. And run. Something with the hierarchy is not working correctly here. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on. It's something somewhere. Here, let me check something. Okay. Hey, funny man. It's this craft file. I don't know what it's doing. Yeah, it's not corrupted, but something is wrong. Clearing undo states from one forward, one entry. Does that happen every time I load this thing? Huh. Okay. Here, let's, I didn't want to do this way, but let me just debug something here real quick. Seems like another rover made it to Mars soil. Cool, man. Neat. Good for them. Yep. Something is very wrong with this subassembly, and I'm not sure what it is. I think it might have something to do with the symmetry nodes. The symmetry nodes get confused because there's mirror symmetry here, and then there's mirror symmetry on top of it. So we stack the mirror symmetry nodes. I know that doing that in KSP, the game does get confused. So how do I break the symmetry nodes? See, the problem is if I break the symmetry nodes, let me turn on auto struts, or visualize auto struts. If I break the symmetry nodes, we get rid of some of the bracing in here. Could it have something to do with the experimental parts? Alright, we'll see. This is a separate craft file from the master one, so I'll remove these tanks out of symmetry here. And then remove the fairings out of symmetry, and then remove that out of symmetry. So we should see no symmetry crossing. The auto strut stayed even though we killed the symmetry node. That's interesting. See? Symmetry node. Yep. Symmetry nodes on this thing was weird because you stack mirror sim on top of a mirror symmetry node. So like this was made in mirror symmetry, all right? And then I took that whole subassembly, attached it to the fairing, and then we made it in mirror symmetry again. Stacking the double mirror symmetry nodes confuses the game. So in that regard, I'm gonna go make the tank vessel again because that's not the right way to make it. That could cause problems in the future. So I already squashed one bug. Not one bug, we're already revising the design even more. So let's go over here to the prototype craft file. I'm gonna shut the auto strut visualization off, right? So how we can do this wait, where? These aren't in symmetry. Look. Well, guys, stuff like symmetry nodes and stuff like will affect the auto struts, how they run, but they mess with the hierarchy the most. Having a weird hierarchy can mess with your arrow. You ever make something in KSP, like a plane or something, and you look at the center of mass and center of lift, and it's fine, and like you go to fly it, and then your center of lift goes all over the place, and the thing just, it's like, oh, it should work, but it doesn't. Yeah, that happens sometimes if you have a weird hierarchy. I know, for instance, like if you put a payload bay down, and you have a payload bay as the root part, as the first part that you put down in the subassembly, if you have that, the payload bay doesn't include. Whatever you put in there, the game doesn't understand that it's not inside of a payload bay. Yeah, that definitely does happen. So it's interesting that these are not in symmetry. None of this is in symmetry, and it still did that. Let's see if it has that problem here in this craft file. It does. Strange. That's very strange. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Poison. You need to go and write the thesis about hierarchies and how they work. Gotta get those YouTube vids up, man, so I can make some extra cash so I can buy a shop. Guys, if I had to guess, it's the bicoupler. If I had to throw my hat into the ring and say what's causing this problem, I'll bet you it's the bicoupler. Okay. Noted, S. Drummer, thank you for working with Brimo on that thing. I appreciate it. Bicouplers do bug out with symmetry. Yeah, no, absolutely. If you had to choose one historic airplane to restore, what would it be? Does the space shuttle count? I don't know, Bram. I don't know. That's a thought for another day. All right, fellas. So, what do we think? All right, I'm gonna make this in its own craft file. So, LV5 bilobe tank. Bilobe tank master file. Updated. Master fabrication file for the LV5 fuel or aft fuel tank designs. All right, so we'll start with a fairing here. That was the original thing that we wanted, right? And with the fairing, I had a bicoupler attached to it, which I know goes weird with the symmetry. I think that might be the issue. So there might be a lighter weight way of doing this. I mean, the best part is no parts. So, okay, here's what we'll do. Let me get the fuel tank design that I had out. So it's that, right? Doesn't need fuel in it for now, right? It's this. This is how I make the lobes, if you really wanted to know. It's that with that, and then this. Just close them out. So auto strut 1, auto strut 2, auto strut 3. Okay. So this thing, right? This tank, the first piece is angled in 5 degrees, right? And then this one is angled up. And I think that's it. And then the masterpiece is angled in like that. Let me go into, let me go in and open up the interstage nodes. We'll attach one tank there, and then all we should have to do is attach another one to the back like that. Just move this one out of the way for a moment. It's really weird seeing all the tanks with different textures. Sorry, man. And then we need to nail that bilobe tank design. So move this one out and then take this one over here. Flip it over. Then we need to move it up into position. So once again, this is just, I'm doing all this for aero tank tests. Right? We got to make sure that this works. Now these are not in symmetry anymore. Okay? And I think these ones are actually angled up. So if I angled that one up instead of this one, right? And then that means that this one would be angled down and that this piece would be angled up like that. No, get rid of that. Did you read a lot last night? I didn't get to reading all of it, but I have everything saved, Bandit. I was more thinking about Kerbal, honestly. I was thinking about KSP and how we could, what are the ways that you could make a, what are the ways that you could make that hinge for the pad? That's really what I was thinking about, dude. Okay, so there's the bilobe tank design. It's literally this thing in radial. Okay, that works. That looks good. All right, cool. Get rid of that. No, that's fine. So that means we'd take this and we'd rotate it 90 degrees like that. That one in, that one in, and then take this and then just go up with the thing, take that one, go down with it. No. Did your textbook on aerodynamics arrive? Oh, that's what came. Yeah, Tom, it came today. Brimo said I got a package. I don't even remember freaking... getting this freaking thing. Here, hold on. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. That's not working how I want. I'm going to take the original tank design here. Sometimes it pays to do this from scratch, but let me merge this with the prototype file, and then if you hold shift left click, you can pull tanks right off of it. See? That's the tank structure that I had right there. Alright, so we're going to take this. Nice, Thomas. Good. Okay. Move these in. 1, 2, 3. So I'm working on the fuel tanks for this new rocket. And then these go in like that. And they meet in the center. Boom. What do you think about the SN-15 landing in Scylla? Amazing, dude. Are you starting the save over? The save? What? No. I had a weird symmetry node bug with this, so I decided to make the tanks from scratch so I wouldn't have problems with future craft files, dude. Drummer, I stacked mirror sim on top of mirror symmetry. Game didn't like it. And I think the problem stems from some kind of code. Some weird code with the bicoupler stacking symmetry on symmetry. Yeah, it didn't like that. So, it's alright. So, I gotta make the tanks from scratch, but it's okay. It's really not a problem. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get an arrow. I'm just going to get a nose cone. And I'm going to put that nose cone. We're attaching it to the fairing, and I'll put it basically where I want the nose of the fairing to be. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these. I'm just going to move them out of the way for a moment. Right, because that's the configuration that we need, and now we need to make the fairing for it. So, build the fairing. So what I'm trying to do is mimic the X-33's bilobe fuel tanks. If that didn't mean anything to you, the fuel tanks on the... Turns out that the fuel tanks on this thing are a little bit of a weird shape because the whole thing literally looks like a big flying Dorito. Yeah, the fuel tanks are what's called a bilobe tank, so it's like if they took two... If you picture like two scuba tanks in your mind... and you put them together like this, that's the type of fuel tanks that they came up for with this thing. Because that was the only way they could fit all the fuel into a Dorito shape. Hey, Jaywalk. Dorito, can't unsee. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, see? I'm trying to make that. And that's just like Lockheed had a little while ago, or 20 years ago. I'm trying to... We can't make bilub tanks in Kerbal, but we can... I can try to mimic the behavior. And I'm putting this all inside of a fairing because I know tanks that are all crooked like this, KSP Aero doesn't like that. It doesn't play well with that. So what I'm ultimately attempting to do is make the fairing occlude all the tanks. So the game should think that each one of these is inside. Should. And that should make this thing nice and sturdy. Does KSP reduce fuel capacity if you clip the tanks? No, it doesn't. But these tanks have these bulkheads here. There's a lot of hollow space from where I angled the tanks, right? So this negative space pretty much compensates for the amount of volume. I was doing the math out in my head the other day. Because this isn't one fuel tank, it's 3 fuel tanks kind of shoehorned into each other. The excess space that the volume right here between of having bulkheads in between these tanks pretty much makes up for the clipped volume. So I wouldn't, like, don't get me wrong, part clipping is like, you know, you're either like all for it or you're not. If I do part clipping, I try to quote unquote make it realistic, meaning that the volume that the tanks clip into each other is displaced by something else, right? So, like, I wouldn't clip anything else into this. That's the fuel tank. Yeah, those struts should not be there. I gotta rerun them. According to a Next Blaze Flight team member, one of the engines on SN15 shut down a little early in the vehicle, then decided not to light it for landing. Sounds right. Yeah, Thomas, that extra Raptor engine, they didn't even attempt. It's really easy to see. They didn't even bother attempting ignition with it and just landed on 2 from the start. It wasn't like a misfire or something weird. All right. So what I'm going to do now is strut these 2 tanks together, because if you look, this tank is one chain of tanks and that tank is one chain of tanks. So we kind of like have a U shape for the hierarchy right now. And I've said this before, but if I don't strut these things together, they could do this. I don't want that. The whole thing, like, when you have a re-entry vehicle, it has to stay really, 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 really structurally rigid, because there's this heat stuff that happens when you re-enter. Yeah, that whole heat thing. Yeah, it's gonna try to melt it, so you want it to stay nice and rigid. All right, so now I didn't place these in symmetry, and I haven't placed them in symmetry anymore, so they're not going to be in symmetry, but I want to make them as close to symmetrical as possible. And now Lockheed's tanks did have internal baffling like this. They had stuff inside of the tanks to make sure that they stayed structurally rigid. Consider these struts my baffling. It's baffling. There. I agree, Kyron. Yep. So these are basically going to act like a crossbar, connecting the two lines of tanks together with X bracing. That's basically what this is. What do you plan on doing once all the tanks are done? Well, we got to put it on the trailer and we have to do an aero test. Once again, it pays to take your time, right? Like now. Take your time. Take your time with this stuff. Do this stuff right. Do this testing. Because I don't want to build out the entire vehicle and then have a problem and then have to go back and figure out why I have a problem. Like that symmetry bug? Oh yeah, we would have paid for that later when I went to make the wings. Oh yeah, that would have sucked. Yeah, that would have sucked. The symmetry bug that we were just encountering. Yeah, that would have been not good. What will you name this SSTO? Don't know. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. You guys want to hear a weird dream that I had last night? I had a dream that a taco shop, like a taco restaurant, like a Mexican restaurant, right, opened up down the street from me, down the street from my parents' house, which is down the street from me. I don't live that far away from them. And, you know, like everyone was, everyone around here was like, not like mad, but like in my dream, everybody was pissed off at these people, right? Like because they were like, oh man, there's another restaurant, you know, it's hard enough to open up a restaurant right now. I guess COVID existed in my dream or something, right? Everybody was mad, and like they weren't mad because they were, you know, because it was a Tex-Mex place. They were mad because like, oh my gosh, there's not enough people. Less restaurants, not more. And I remember, like I went in, and like I went into the place in my dream, and I'm like, wow, this place is really nice. It was a nice place. Like it was all brand new. It was very, very nice inside. Looked like a nice restaurant, and that guy was serving tacos inside. It's not a joke. I'm not making that up. Jim decided to get into the restaurant business after he left NASA, and he was serving tacos. Who the hell would make that up? Like, who would make that stuff up, man? Yeah, he was like, I decided to get into the taco business because, I couldn't, I didn't want to do the job as administrator. We're gonna have, best Mexican tacos from my Mexican restaurant on not Mexican soil. Like, dude, it was the stupidest freaking dream ever. Like, I don't know. I'm like, oh, and then I had to go back and explain to like the pizza place that I worked at, right? Like, no, this guy's cool, he's legit, like, yeah, and that's when I woke up. They say that you dream your biggest desires, so my biggest desire is for Jim to run a taco shop. It's a little weird. I'm sure Jim makes a fine taco, man. Actually, if Jim's good at anything, it's probably barbecue. If I had to guess, but yeah. You have problems? I mean, I chose this job, didn't I, PY? Yeah, duh. Okay. No, Ian, like, you know, I could sit there and say, wow, that dream was weird, but if Jim opened up a restaurant and I knew about it, I'd absolutely go. Oh, yeah. I'd absolutely go. I'd pig out. I'd buy, like, I'd go there and I'd buy everybody else food because Jim was running it. You could be dang sure that that restaurant would be amazing. I don't know why. That's just a weird dream. So, okay, Ian, new plan. If I ever get to meet Jim in my travels, the first thing I'm going to ask him is, can you make tacos? And how strange would it be if he goes, yeah, I freaking love tacos. I'd be like, all right. Weekend hype? Thanks, Fun Sister. What's up, man? What kind of dish would the space shuttle be on the menu? The one that fills you up the most, but is also the most expensive. Okay, so let's do some testing here with the bilobe tank. So what I'm going to do is put this thing on a rig here. You know, we can move these forward struts. Nope, don't move it. Don't move it when it's in that position. Move it in part orientation. Yeah, Reagan, if that happened, I would be like, yeah. Dude, who would make that up? Who the heck would make that dream up? It was the strangest dream I've ever had. Well, that's not true, but you get it. Okay, so fuel tank design is good here. Yeah, I'll leave this as a separate assembly, and then we'll go into our tank testing file. And I will promptly get rid of those. And then we will promptly not save and load up the bilobe tank craft file. Oh. Yeah, that's the problem. We stacked a bilobe on top of a bilobe. Yeah, bilobe. Or bicoupler on top of the bicoupler. That's, yeah, the game doesn't like it when you do that. It really, really doesn't like it when you do that. So there's the problem there. Why did I do that? Yeah, Elon. Pretty cool, huh? No, I found something wrong with the tanks. With the tankage, RJ. These aren't in symmetry over here, right? No, they're not. Okay. So maybe the master mounting point for the tanks. Okay. Alright, I know what I need to do. Alright, so tank testing over here like this, right? So I need a place to mount the tanks that's not the bicoupler. Oh, passing. Yeah, I gotcha. Tank problems? Ah, cancel the entire program. Yeah, right? Alright. Now I'm worried about the bicouplers. I don't want to use them at all. Oh wait, hang on. Let me reload this. I need to get the mount points basically for where the fairing is. So what I'm gonna do is delete the fairing and get rid of that. And then I know that that's the point. That's the point where I need to make the mounts. And now what I'm going to do is probably something along the same line of what I did to make the tanks in the first place. Just repeat that tank hierarchy and place the... What I'll do is I'll place the tank, the master mount points for the tank. I'll place those in symmetry. And then I'll place each tank manually, because the left tank should just be the right tank just flipped upside down, right? Like, that's how they should be. That, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's right. I don't want to mount fairings on fairings, so we need another mounting thing. So we'll bring up the interstage nodes here. I don't want to mount it on a small attachment point, and now that has a small attachment point as well. Don't want that. That has big attachment points. Huge. Whoa, Thomas, there it is. I love it, John. That's awesome. No way. Guys, picture from Lab Padre's stream. Look. Holy crap, it actually is happening. Holy balls, look at that thing. Yo, look at how big that track is. No, 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 no. It's the big boy. It's the big boy. I know that track. It's the big boy. It's the big one. Actually, let me look at those tracks again, Thomas. It might be a different tank. Or a different crane. No. Nope, not Manitowoc. Nope, it's not that thing. We have a confirmation of TN11. Nice. Nope, the treads aren't right. The tread pattern's different. That looks like Liebherr to me. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nope, not that. Huh. It could, maybe it is. I don't know. It's hard to say. What would its purpose be? I don't know, but that's the base piece to a gigantic freaking crane. That's the back of the track. So this is the inside. See how it has the attachment points? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is what I mean about this thing being a giant Lego kit. These things attach to the sides. 1, 2, 3, and 4 attach to 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is the base plate of the crane, and that's the house right there. Interesting. I don't know what these parts are. I'd have to ask some of my buddies. I thought it was the big boy. I thought it was the Manitowoc 31,000. It could be. I heard through the grapevine from somebody that this thing is heading down there. That crane is gonna head down, is heading down there. But I don't, it was a source. Dude, trust me. I don't know. I mean, the treads don't match, though. That's the thing. Treads don't match on that crane. Credit to the Lab Padre camera. See? This is the base plate of the crane. This thing attaches right there, and then that's the pin. That's the pivot for the crane. Interesting. Yeah, penultimate. Yeah, the bagger. Mm-hmm. You want to know how heavy this thing is? You guys, you want to know how heavy that thing is? Look at the trailer. You think, oh, it's just a semi-truck trailer, and then you start noticing things. No, it's not just a semi-truck trailer. There's the truck, fifth wheel, to a set of wheels, another fifth wheel, another freaking lowboy trailer, and another set of wheels, and that is another set of wheels behind that. No, that's not a regular trailer. That's almost like as big as the trailer that they used to pull Falcon 9. That's a regular trailer, though. That's how heavy that thing is. I don't bring up Lab Padre's stream. Not because of any bad blood. I wanna ask permission. Could be an all-new design. I don't think they'd design a new crane for this. But yeah, I heard through the grapevine that this crane's gonna find its way there, but I don't... Those treads aren't the same. So the 11350 is the crane that's out there right now. And that's what those treads look... Well, exactly like that. Yeah, they kind of do. A monster. So they're gonna have another big freaking crawler crane out there. Maybe Goalie would know. Yeah, I'd have to ask him. Either way, dude, there's another one. They're gonna have another crawler crane out there. All the treads for the cranes that they have out there are already out there. Alright. Let's go back to our mounting. Let's go into structural, see if there's... Actually, you know what? Arrow might do it. What kind of attachment node does that have? Hey, that's not bad. But that can't... Okay, that can't node attach. That one can, but I don't want those nose cones. You know what, guys? Give me this. Seriously, let's see where this takes us. So, it's very rare that you don't... I end up finding a... I don't want to, like, put something in symmetry. That's very rare that that happens. But sometimes with how the hierarchies work, it does pay to do that. especially when we have something complicated like this. Kerbal can understand this easier, and I might have to run some manual strutting to make it work, but okay, so now I have the correct mount points here, and we can grandparent strut that, right? And grandparent strut that. Why such a limited part count? What? What do you mean, Swishio? I don't have the big hangar unlocked. Generally, you don't get like a spare tread replacement like that, Tessa, but who knows? Okay. All right, so now I have to make a mirror version of that tank manually if we're going to do that. Nice, Phil. I'm gonna have to do all these struts over again. Alright, so how do I make a manual copy? How do we do a mirrored copy of this? Alright, go in here. Then give me this might be a way to do it, but I'm not sure if this is gonna mess up the symmetry nodes. So take this out here, go like this, merge with the bilobe again, put it in symmetry, remove from symmetry. There. 1067 is on its way to KSC for CRS 22. Cool. Now, if I did this right in any way, shape, or form, our center of mass should roughly be in the same spot. Let's see. Ready? Oh, that's a relief. All right. Cool. And those tanks are pretty much in the exact same spot that I want them. All right, so let me just go through, and what are we gonna do now is I'm gonna start replacing these struts. I have to replace some of them, and then now we have another tank testing article. So, you know, you'd be amazed how often stuff like this actually does happen. Like something with aerospace projects where it's something stupid and small like this always happens. Like where it costs like, basically it's like one tiny stupid thing and you're like, nope, we gotta remake the whole thing again. Yep, oh yeah, this stuff happens all the time. And that's just from people from what I've heard, and not heard, from what I've been told by people that work in the industry. It's always something stupid like this. And you know, Kerbal is, it's always something. If Kerbal is representative in any way, shape, or form of the actual space program, right? And I'd like to think that it is in some way, right? Then it's mind-numbing. Then yeah, I'd like to think that that is actually what's going on. Looks like this crane. You get something? Yeah, it's another 11350. 2 of them. Man. My brain is fried. I've been working on my mission design paper for the last 4 days. Hopefully my professor gets back to me soon and I can submit it. Doing literally anything to a 100-page paper is absolute hell. Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. Double lifting for the OLP mount. Yeah. Be with us. All right. Actually, that would probably be a better way to attach those. So like, you guys, like, okay, so like take the Black Brant rocket the other day. Somebody bumped the rocket, bumped it, like just a little boop, scrubbed the whole mission.
Boop.
Boop. What's up, Bree?
Hey, could you mute it for like 5 seconds?
Okay, exactly 5. Ready? Okay, we're back. That was 5 seconds.
Alright. Okay, bye.
Talk to the hand.
Because the face don't care!
What? Palm underscore SA. Did you guys read my palm? What did it say? You know what? Don't answer that. It said it's okay? Oh, well, that's good. Alright. You need to floss more? You could tell that by looking at my palm, okay? Alright, so now we should be able to run struts in symmetry with, yep, no problems. Once again, I'm pretty sure that the bicoupler was why that thing was being weird. Going off the pictures of huge chungus, it's not another 11350. Interesting. Okay, that's a little weird, Tessa, but alright. Okay, so with this strut, instead, it was running to, yeah, there before, but, yeah, that should work. So, guys, it really pays to get these struts right. Like, yeah. Strut angle does matter. The struts will work differently structurally depending on the angle that the strut is run at. I'm pretty dang sure on that one. And that's from just playing this game way too much. Alright, so let's pop up here like this. Pop in there like that. There we go. Alright, demo. So I'm trying to make like a space frame here, basically, with the struts between the tanks. What's that, Tessa? Okay. Look at that. Oh, that's nice. That's just quite nice, mate. When am I launching this? LEZ into space, it's gonna be a second, man. I want to reuse this a lot, so it's not just like stacking decouplers and launching it into space. LEZ, I want this thing to be able to land on the runway, drive it right over to the pad, put it on the pad, and launch it again. And that means taking your time. So it's gonna be a little bit before we see this thing get flown into space, but they landed on Mars, drummer, for what it's worth. Phil, what's that? Buckner B7. Interesting. Yeah, James, I tend not to cover what's going on with the China National Space Agency too much, dude. I don't. Yeah. Not that big of a fan. But hey, that doesn't mean we can't. You know, hey, you landed on Mars doesn't mean you know you have to be a dick about it. But yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. I think did I miss any links in there? John. Maybe Nug. I've always said that more Aussies in space is probably for the better. Because, you know, Mars and the Outback, it's the same thing. Everything's trying to kill you. I mean, it makes sense, dude. Good for them, but they didn't do helicopter on Mars. Yeah, right? Imagine not having a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier on Mars. This post made by U.S. gang. They wish they did helicopter on Mars. Alright. So yeah, guys, it's probably going to be a second for this. I have to do tank testing, and because this is... guys, I don't build SSTOs. I've built one in my entire career as a KSP player. Everything else has been rockets or shuttles. So, and more importantly, I've never built one that's I've reused more than once or twice. And that even then, that SSTO design was completely different. That's an ingenious response. Hey, Lamau. Yeah, this one, we're probably gonna have to go slightly asymmetrical on this one. So how's my day been? Like, it's been fine, dude. I ran into a little bit of problems before I started doing testing with my with the X33 prototype. It's an 11,000. Still a big crane, dude. But yeah, cool. Good to know. Now, this is just something that I'm doing because I think it looks cool. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. Yeah, good call, Thomas. All right. What do you think, guys? That's where we're at. And that's where we need to be. I mean, they have 45s all around like that. I could do that, but there's no need. I mean, it's possible. It might be better to bear the load here than what I have, but we don't want to go too crazy with struts. Nice, drummer. Okay. Now, let's save this, and then we have a good running prototype. I'm going to remove all these struts from symmetry. The reason why I do is because sometimes if you sub-assemble things around like this, it doesn't come out exactly right. Now let me go into the tanks and make sure that my struts ran correctly inside of the tanks. Yep. All good. Set that to grandparent. Set that to grandparent. And then go in here and set the I-beam, which is already set to grandparent. Perfect. All right, let me see what the visual auto struts look like. Yep. Good. All right, let's put this thing out on the trailer and we'll go. So now what I should be able to do is get the dang trailer craft file.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nemetco, 15-month resub. Thanks, man. So now I should be able to place these symmetry struts, and yep, see, perfect. It's the bicouplers. Stacking symmetry on symmetry with bicouplers, yeah, it doesn't like that, turns out. So that's something that we figured out, which is cool. Now we're just gonna ratchet strap this thing down. Here, we'll ratchet strap the sucker down. Yeah, Monica, good for them. Yeah, Pruffles, I did get enough. Oh, explosive, that sucks, dude. Alright, that's fine. There we go. Cool. Alright, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to go drive this thing around. We're going to drive it around with the K200. The hell? Yep. I like your ratchet straps. Thank you. We're going to drive around the test prototype. And we got to see if Arrow is occluding it. So I'm going to drive this thing up and down the runway with the K200. Let's go. Real Warthog pilots are now using DCS for training. Cool. All right, let's see what happens here. Hopefully the wheels don't freak out too much. Sometimes putting the wheels out like this, especially if you're carrying something heavy, when Kerbal puts it out on the runway, it basically drops it onto the runway. Like that. All right, so let's go in here. I'm going to go into Arrow, display Arrow and action menus, and we'll bring up the UI. I don't think this thing is really going to matter too much, but nice, Trojan. That's cool. Not interested, W, but that's still cool. Alright, so let's right click here, open up the debug menus. Alright, so let's find a part that is generating drag, right? Cool, like that. See the area of the coefficient of drag, or ACD, is going up? Cool. Alright, what about the tanks? If it's reading 0, that means it's occluded. Oh, that's money. Perfect. Over here. Yep. 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 Now the fairing should... Yep. Okay, what about you? Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. Perfect. Now you should be generating drag. Yep. 250. Huh, that forward fairing is generating a good amount of drag. Interesting. Comparatively to you, 1.16, 80, 81. Why is that one so ridiculously high? Are these full of fuel? Nope. Would it make drag the other way? You are going backwards after all. Yes. Wait a minute. Interesting. Well, that's strange. But hey, whatever. We don't want drag coming from the front of this thing. Really, you do not want that. That one is stacked. Basically, because that girder segment is attached to there and attached to there, it's just Kerbal thinks it's in line, so it's going to occlude it. Anything else that's making an outstanding amount of drag here? It's just that nose cone. 26. That's 0.8. Oh, these are stat. Well, no. Huh. That's definitely strange. It was Hellfish, yeah. That's weird, man. This thing makes a lot of drag up in front. It's because they're angled? Do you think so? I mean, look at the number difference, though. Huh. Do struts have any impact on drag? No. Well, struts are physicless. They do change the mass, but I'm not sure about the arrow. Yeah, it's just that thing. Appreciate you. Thanks. So guys, what I'm doing is I'm doing some aerodynamic, basic aerodynamic testing by dragging my, basically the structure for my rocket up and down the runway here. 4 weeks, Tom. How do you manage mods? Do you stay with one version? Yeah, I stay with vanilla. That's how I manage mods, Chris. Yep. Walk in the park? I mean, it's not, but it's not gonna be, but yeah. I'm a little worried about that. Of course I heard about the new solar panels, dude. Other than that, though, these tanks are performing exactly how I thought they would, which is good. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the struts being attached to that fairing would make a difference. Interesting. It is already in, well, I know what you mean, Hellfish, but yeah, maybe it's just because of the nose cone. But it's basically an exact copy of those tanks, but... Oh, no, don't have trailer brakes. Alright. Let's bring this back into the hangar. Yeah, making drag like that. Let's go check the hierarchy and see what we can see. It's going all right, Red. I'm working on the aerodynamics because once again, guys, these fuel tanks are not going to... I'm going to build a shell around them, and the shell, it's not... I mean, my thing isn't going to fly into space looking like that. It's going to look like this right here, right? It's going to look like this thing. It's going to be all covered up. But Kerbal doesn't understand that this is inside of a hull. It doesn't understand it's inside of the fuselage. So I'm making sure that that's why I put the tanks inside of a fairing. So because I'm making sure that it, not to the fullest extent, but to a little bit of a better extent, works like how those tanks would if they were inside of a fuselage. All right. It got rule-aided, phase. Serious, I'm serious. Yeah, it got rule-aided. That's why. So, I mean, I don't want drag coming from here. The drag should ideally be coming from the very back, but it's not. So. What's up, Vine? How you doing? Okay. Alright, so we have to add a hash mark here. Fuselage number 1. Give it a hash mark. Show it's been out and done one test. Alright, not bad. Not bad at all. Flags, Broken Oiler, exclamation point flags. Alright, so this thing worked pretty well. I don't want to mess with it too much. Cool. But I think we should be good. All right. Find where do you think your front drag is coming from? I see what you did there. It's hard to say, Hellfish. It could just be that that's the front of the hierarchy. The fairing has nothing attached to the front of it. The fairing has nothing attached to the front of it. Hold on. Is the main node open on this thing? It shouldn't be. It is. Where did that nose cone go that I just placed? I don't see it anywhere. Don't save. Load it up again. Don't save it. I don't know where that nose cone ended up. Okay, so there's the front attachment nodes there. There. Now it has a nose cone attached to it. Right? Save that. Now, you know what I'm going to do? Let's, I'll just put it out on some gear. This probably isn't going to be the final spot where the landing gear ends up, but I'll just put it out on some gear this time. Let's see if that changed anything. What are struts in real life? They're just, yeah, it's just a steel dowel snoodle with some type of attachment at the end. On rockets, like in terms of aerospace, yeah, it's just a metal rod. On cars, struts are the thing that hold the shock absorber and the spring together. Did I do any landing gear work yet? What do you mean? Nope, still doing the same thing. That's strange. It could be the struts, like, it's possible. No, not yet, Phil. I just placed these. What I just placed is probably how the final ones will end up in the design, but yeah, you generally don't want to attach landing gear to wings. Landing gear are usually tied in directly to the wing box, which is structural. They're not, in this case, I don't want to attach landing gear to the damn tanks. Because if I touch down hard, I don't want the landing gear pushing up the tanks and stressing the tank mounting joint. That probably wouldn't be a good idea. Alright, so here's what I'll do. These struts are attached to that fairing. I know that. And then I'll get rid of the nose cone. And we'll see what happens here. I'll just put that there for testing. Let's see what this thing does. Hey, was there a rocketology raid in there and I missed it? Wait a minute. There was. Oh. It's the same fuselage, Snoodle. We're just bringing it back. Oh, I missed the rocket. Now I feel bad. Rocket's awesome. Guys, even if you're not... sorry, I was watching the aero data. Guys not following my buddy Rocketology. He's a better plane builder than me. Probably, I might want to freaking go ask his help. But yeah, no, he's a good Kerbal streaming buddy of mine. Be sure to go over there and give him a follow if you want to. He's a great streamer. Yeah, Rocket, if he's even still here, thank you for the raid, buddy. I do appreciate it. If not, next time, if you watch Rocketology and you came in from that raid, you tell me. Not tell me. Tell him I said thank you, please. If somebody's gonna deliver that message, if somebody could, I'd really appreciate it. Oh no, I could probably add more ticks, more hash marks, Snoodle, but nope, still doing it. It wasn't the struts. That's so strange. What is it? I don't know what it is. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this? This is the tank fuselage for my new SSTO. Oh, I said it was still doing it. See, look. See how the CD is higher here? 3.5, and then back here, it's nothing? Yeah, that's no good. That means that this fairing, for whatever reason... I mean, it's actually not generating any more drag than anything else, you know? It's just the ACD is higher, which is weird. I think that's area coefficient of drag, I think. Or something. I'm not 100% sure what that is. Area times coefficient of drag. Yep. See, why is that one so high and these ones are so low? Strange. I have another idea. I'm going to set that fairing as root, as the root part, and I want to see what happens. So 20 more mission nodes, it'll be part 154. Hopefully I have a test flight on that by that time. You know what? That's a cool thing, but let's not. Thing's gonna be like 30 parts of flags by the time we're done with it. That fairing's rotated. All right. Builder, it's going okay. All right. Let's see what this does. Let's see how this... It was crooked. The whole thing was crooked. I have a solution, but let's see if that fixed it. Yeah, they renamed Vandenberg Air Force Base to Vandenberg Space Force Base. Do you think they should have wind tunnels in KSP 2? They should, Jay, but wind tunnels are extremely difficult to get right. You need to do fluid dynamic simulation, so it's not very likely that they would. Would it make sense for SpaceX to make the second stage on Falcon 9 into an orbital tug? I think they're going to do that with Starship Jaywalk, so I don't think it's going to make much sense at all. Nah. Yeah, rotating it. Did you see that? Rotating that thing 90 degrees really screwed it up. Like, really screwed it up. Huh. I suppose that makes sense. I didn't think it would make any difference. The thing is a circle. Yeah, it's fixed now. Do you know how much that would... See, guys, this is okay. because this is the back of the vehicle. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. Yeah, these are at the back. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. Yeah. See? This is what I mean. You know how much that would have sucked? Do you know how much that would have sucked going through re-entry? The thing would have just spun end over end. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That would not have flown. It would have been fine, and then the thing would have made so much drag it would have flipped over and tried to starship itself. I'm watching how changing the hierarchy around Leahy messes with the aerodynamics. I found a couple of weird things here and there. What values? I'm watching the area coefficient of drag. It changes depending on the hierarchy. The hierarchy and orientation of parts. Hypothetical question: would changing Falcon 9 or Electron to hydrogen and oxygen get us any performance improvements? I don't know, Jaywalk. There would be gains and there would be losses, but you generally don't take a gasoline engine and try to put diesel in it. Why? Because it was engineered for gasoline. A rocket's entire design is centered around its propulsion. And propulsion is centered around the propellant. So, I'm sure it would do something different. I don't know about gains, but it would do something different. I'm going to need that advanced hierarchy 102 class stat. Do you think that had to do with moving the root part to the fairing? It's possible. Here, let's try... We'll try the back part as root now. Let's see what that does. Let's see if it fixes it. Yeah, but you'd lose TWR chem. The second stage... Basically, taking Falcon 9 second stage and making it into a Centaur, the TWR would be extremely low. Falcon 9 would have to burn more. You lose the reusability. SpaceX went with unified propellants, right? Because, one, because it's easier to manage. And two, SpaceX's upper stages have very, very high TWR. A Falcon 9 second stage has more thrust than the SLS Block 1B upper stage. Serious. And as Falcon 9's second stage has 900 kilonewtons of thrust, give or take. SLS Block 1B, the exploration upper stage, has 4 RL-10s, 400 kilonewtons. True story. But the EUS can fly a lot further into space because of the efficiency, but it has no TWR. All right, Gartox, see you, man. Yep, it's doing it again. Interesting. Why? Why would it do that? Why would it do So which one's better for lunar architecture? Falcon 9 second stage or SLS, man? It's a much bigger stage. You can go way further into space. Interesting. Stop the struts, Blasty. Hey, Rocketology. Thanks for the kind words. I had to raid and run, so I missed it. Had a missing delivered package. Oh, no problem, dude. I'm debugging some aero with my tank designs for the X-33 here. And, yeah. Root part is really messing things up. Like, if I set this as root part, Kerbal thinks that the back of the vehicle is here. Serious. It thinks the back of the vehicle is that. So that makes way more drag. The way it transmits the drag through the fairings. So we're going to have to just make sure that our root part is the forward fairing because, yeah, I'm pretty sure making this the root part, like I said, it thinks that's downstream, so it thinks that that's the back of the vehicle. Now, you could use that. You could use that to your advantage if you needed a vehicle that made a lot of drag in the front. But we don't want this to do that. That would be very bad. Why don't you close the whole thing in the fairing? If you have any Dorito-shaped fairings around here, E2, I'll gladly take them off your hands. You have Doritos? Why aren't you sharing them? Does it mean that it can't dock to anything? I mean, wouldn't that mess with the hierarchy? No. Actually, yeah, it's possible. Who asked that question? Jack. Yeah, no, it's possible. And Hypersonic said it too. The front fairing has nothing in front of it. The front fairing has nothing in front of it, Hellfish. And the IB, the girder segment, is behind it. Yeah, I mean, that could have been the reason why Darts did something different every time I re-entered it. Can you change root part in Kerbal construction? No, the only thing that can mess with root part is docking to something. But usually, oh no, that can't be. No, please don't tell me I'm this stupid. Please don't tell me I'm that stupid. What's that, T-Money? I like that picture. Well, there's your problem. There's your problem. This fairing was acting probably pretty strange. Yeah, and if I docked to the station and undocked... So, look, this thing being here is not an issue, alright? That being the root part is not that big of a deal, okay? What the deal is that we know good and well from our hierarchy checks every time we went to launch Dart, that ended up being the root part. Well, if that's the root part of Dart, no, that means after stage separation, it would have defaulted back to this. So that, yeah, it would have defaulted back to that when it was free flying, and it would have defaulted back to this when it was re-entering. Yeah, docking to the station and docking away from the station, it would have yeah. Oh god. Kyron, I'm pretty sure. I'm curious to see what Dart's aerodynamics look like through the debug menu, but we'll do that another day. I'm fairly confident that root part being in the very back is going to make your spacecraft want to fly backwards. I'm pretty sure. Because you take another vessel like Collins. So Collins, when I went to... I didn't ever reuse Collins on orbit, but I did reuse it for an approach and landing test one time. And Collins' root part is the shuttle cockpit. That's the root part. And it did dock to other things, right? I had the forward bipod strut from where I separated from the 747, right? Yeah. Yeah, the root part of Collins is up at the front, and the docking ports are all connected, are 1 degree of separation from the root part, which is in the front. So, yeah. Dart's problem is that its root part is in the back. That's the problem. I designed it backwards, because I designed it off of a payload fair. I knew this. I'll be honest with you. I knew that this was a thing. I forgot. Totally forgot. What would be the cause of a landing gear glitch? The landing gear don't like vessels that are too light. If they're too light, the landing gear freak out. We don't have that problem with this, though. Yep. That's your issue, guys. There it is. Well, we figured that out. That's good. It does change the root part. It changes aerodynamically how it flies. So what does the root do? It's just the part at the top of the craft file, dude. Oh, frick. I mean, once again, this is a theory, guys. I'd have to go prove it with Dart. But, yeah. You unlearned what you have learned. Yep. This one will be for moving crew and small cargo. No, but I mean with aerodynamics. Well, Rocket Guy, if you have... Right? If you have something like this, right? And then that. And then that, right? You got something like this. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Kerbal, having this as root part, Kerbal knows that that's the front. I'm pretty dang sure that, you know, Kerbal knows that this is the front. And you ever have the root part on a subassembly, Rocket Guy? Like if you went to put a first stage together and then you attach a second and then a third stage to it, right? How your delta V numbers get all screwed up because your hierarchy is wrong? I'm fairly confident that this would fly differently than that, right? Or the root part being here would fly differently than the root part being up here, because Kerbal thinks that that's the front of the vehicle. And it means that these are, I don't know if it necessarily means that they're the back of the vehicle, but it definitely was enough to make a difference, Rocket Guy, because I rerouted some fairings. I rerouted some parts on my test article, and the fairings aerodynamically acted different. I just towed it down the runway with a trailer, and I noticed that when my root part was at the back of... When my root part was here, was this piece, this fairing made a ton of drag, like exponentially more than any other fairing here. Then I rerouted to this fairing, and then these fairings make more drag now. So the hierarchy does screw with aerodynamics. It might be because of the way the aerodynamics are calculated. Everything works off of the root part. And if your root part's at the back, long story short, Kerbal thinks that's the front. So it's going to create drag furthest away on the hierarchy, right? So basically, making that the root part would make this whole thing kind of end up working like it's make it, that's, it would end up making it work like a tail dragger or something. At least that's a running theory, Rocket Guy. I'm not 100% sure. I think it does that using attach nodes, not part hierarchy. Well, that makes sense for the fairing since it's based on the root fairing for occlusion. But I think the total should be the same for the drag. No. I didn't check the sum of all these. I didn't check it. The sum I'm pretty sure was the same, but where it was being applied to the vehicle was the big difference. You suppose that's what that is what caused Freedom 10 to flip out with Dart? I think that probably had something to do with it, yeah. Yeah, pretty sure that had something to do with it. Oh, boy. Right, but that shouldn't affect Dart, right? Since it's just one fairing. Well, it's one fairing, and then it has the crew tank and the nose cone attached to it. It has the command pod up front. Who knows what... I never bothered to check what kind of arrow was being given off by the crew pod. I mean, but even if that's not the case, Rocket Guy, I do know that Freedom 7, its root part when it left the pad was Dart's docking port. Or was it? We know that the root part would change, right? It would change. Ooh, what would it change to? Oh man, that would have made such a big difference in how the thing flies. Can an old-fashioned hinge in a docking port inside help reset the root part if you activate it before deorbiting? You can't dock a vehicle to itself. Yeah, Hellfish. Interesting. That's it. That's interesting. It's an interesting thing. Huh. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it probably had something to do with it, because my re-entry trajectories between all the darts that made it back and the 2 darts that I shorted, they weren't that different. You know, I can fly different re-entry trajectories with Collins, and we can flip it over. It can do barrel rolls through re-entry, and I'll still be able to steer it back to where it needs to go, which is strange. But now with this design, the drag is applied at the back of the vehicle. Where you control from wouldn't have anything to do with it, right? No, the control point is not root part. But yeah, it's something that... Guys, that's something that we're gonna have to figure that one out. That's definitely a strange one. You can't dock a vehicle to itself, Superbud? Again? Hey, Pop. What's poppin'? Not much, man. What's up with you? Cool. Alright, well, this thing is doing exactly what we want. The fuel tanks are doing what we need them to do. Now the other thing I need to do... Okay, another thing that I want to check is plumbing. So I'm just going to put fuel in all these tanks. It doesn't matter how much. I just need a little bit of fuel in each one of these things. To make sure that the plumbing is correct. Who's that, Phil? J. Barbary. Rip. Your SSDO has inspired me to create a vehicle with the same requirements. Cool. Alright, that works correctly. Cool. Congratulations, Flykin. Good for you, buddy. Good job, man. Where'd you get into and for what? Refresh my memory, dude. Only journalist to ever do it. I totally bombed at writing and math. Well, get better at them, dude. Welcome to pain. That's good, man. Congratulations. Good for you. But, hey, celebrate, and then celebrate for the summer, and then come September, if I see you in here, I'm gonna ban you. Online community college and majoring in computer applications. Classes start on Monday. Alright, man, I expect you to get your work done. Good job, though. Alright, so, that problem's figured out. Good. This is exactly what I want. Let me just I just want to make sure the auto struts aren't doing anything bizarre. Oh, no, they're not. This thing is sick, dude. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. I still need to schedule a thingy to learn how to sign up for classes, but yeah, okay, good. Good, good. Good job. Celebrate when you get a degree. Let's go. Let's go, man. All right. Guys, I think this... The plumbing works. I mean, I need to figure out another... I want to redo the engine mount a little bit, but I'm pretty happy with this. Pretty happy with the way that this is. Okay. Quick dry mass check. Current dry mass is sitting at 24.4 tons. That's with the engines. I'm going to redo the engine mount based off of the dive that we took into the X-33 yesterday, Prey. Have we flight tested? I dragged it down the runway, Pop, to, well, I dragged it down the runway to check the aerodynamics. Very good. Pretty happy with this thing. Actually, I'm very happy with this thing. This thing is, it's really good. I'm glad I redid the tanks. Alright, so I didn't mean to tag you in that. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay. Well, that's where we started. And this is where we are right now. This is good, man. All right. So, now what's the next thing that we should jump into? Probably the engine plate now. 140 tons is the maximum mass that's allowed inside of the hangar. I'll show you what it is on a full tank of gas here. Oh yeah, Beast Boy, yeah, oh, much verified, such wow. 92, it's 92, oh, never mind, hold on. $110. So we're under 25% dry mass, which is pretty good considering. It's not bad, man. Really, that's not bad at all. Considering that, let's see, these are 4 tons, I think. So 8 tons of that is engines. So that means our tank dry mass is pretty much, yeah, it's about 25, well, 20%. 20% tanks. I mean, that mass fraction is dog crap for rockets. That's terrible. That's not efficient at all. Rockets are usually like 95% fuel and 5% tank, and even then, that's still pretty heavy. That's still pretty bad. I mean, but that's just parts in KSP. Parts in KSP are very, very, very heavy compared to their real-life counterparts. What was the expected cargo capacity of this? 3 to 5 tons. It's probably closer to 3. You've got a 5-ton budget at sea level efficiency. All right. Remember, I figured in 9 extra tons of dry mass on top of the entire vehicle. So, scratch that. You're 3 tons shy of not reaching orbit. We might need to come up with some tricks. Really? No, that can't be right. Unless the Delta V... Hold on. Unless I rerouted and it screwed up my fuel flow and the Delta V numbers lied to me because I did my original calculations with a weird root part. Nah, dude, there's no way. It's got 4,300 Delta V. That's the max that I can throw out of the hangar, Ruffles, yeah. In vacuum, it went up to 4,600, dude. There's no way. There's no way. It is pretty bare bones. Yeah. Actually, okay. Alright, fine. Here, let's look. 4,000 is an overestimation on going up to orbit. 4,000 is like at the higher end. You need an extremely inefficient flight profile to do something like that. Like if you're going to boost the stage back. Guys, remember, we don't need to do this. I can find the most efficient flight trajectory for this and just go. $4,300 is basically, that's how much Delta V I had if I just fired it on the pad and just kept it going. Alright, Pray, let's see something. Let me take this tank and we put this tank in here and let me shut it off. That's 9 tons of mass. And we're not even close. What about 4.5? 4.5 tons of extra vehicle of extra dry mass puts us at 3,900. KSP readout is matching plus or minus a few meters a second. So that means with 4.5 tons of other things, we're reading 3,900. It's not enough. That's not enough, guys. Crap. That's not enough. Because you got to remember, getting up there is fine. I have to deorbit, and then we need reaction control systems. I need probe cores, wings, the thermal protection system. Frick. Do you need the panel heat shield? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I do. Or else this thing's gonna look ridiculous. Yeah, I need the panel heat shield. Strato launching, no. Chat wanted SSTOs, 12 Bravo. I redid the tank design a little bit to be more understanding of Kerbал's aerodynamics laws. So it doesn't look like much has changed, but I assure you, I rebuilt this entire thing. Yeah, uncapping they are. The GWR off the pad's 1.60, but even if I set this to 50, guys, that doesn't change delta V enough to be significant. It will be significant. Is this the most efficient engine that we could use? 295 specific impulse, 315 vac? Yeah, pretty much. Hi, RJ. $36.74. $36.18. What's making the difference? 280 to 320. 295, 315. Oh, the 320. 320's making the difference. Well, no. Oh, no, 295. Yeah, we need shuttle engines. The shuttle engines are the closest one we have to the linear aerospike. It's even more like the linear aerospike than the dang toroidal aerospike in the video in this game. Here's the I-beam that you were talking about. Yep, there it is. The aerospike might get this thing into orbit, but we can't scale that to the big boy. Suborbital demonstrator then. We could do X-33 tests with this thing. Could you overclock a normal engine to act as an aerospike? Specific impulse isn't a key variable, so no. I mean, what are the stats on that aerospike? Are they really that much better? Like, yes, chat didn't want to do that. I proposed the shuttle as an option to fix Dart's problems. I literally proposed Collins. Chat didn't go for it. I don't know what their loss, I guess. Wait, where the hell is the aerospike engine? $290 to $340.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, S-Master, it wasn't even Collins. I proposed Saturn Shuttle. They didn't go for it. Oh well. Yeah, I wanted Saturn V. Yeah, it would have been easier to integrate. Dropping a big heavy first stage, putting my ET on top of that, and then putting the shuttle on the side. Oh yeah. Yeah, I proposed Saturn Shuttle. They didn't go for it. I had Constellation, SSDOs, Shuttle, and then like Falcon 9 basically. They went with the SSDOs. Hey Dave, 35-month resub. Thank you. Aerospike is twice as heavy as the RS-25 for the same thrust. The TWR on these aerospike engines suck. They're terrible. That's terrible TWR. It's so 180, or at sea level, it's 150 kilonewtons per ton, right? So 153 for 1 ton. The shuttle engines, 4 tons, and it's 250 kilonewtons per ton. Yeah, it's terrible. The shuttle engine, when stacked, just like who said it? Rocket Pilot. You're right. But that extra mass that you get. Wait, why is the Aerospike engine even over here? Smirks, what's that? Yeah, the Orca, yeah. We saw that. That's pretty cool. Huh. Last, what do you think? I like Aerospikes with Cubs attached to add gimbal if you need it. Overclock the Aerospikes? I don't know, man. So you're not going for the Aerospikes since it isn't unlocked, or is there another reason you don't want it? I wanted to use the shuttle engines because the shuttle engines are better for down here. But the Aerospike specific impulse up there is 340. It's quite good. I mean, 340 versus what? 315. Shuttle. That's a game balance thing. In reality, these numbers, the shuttle specific impulse should be way higher than that in vacuum. How about a combo? I don't like combining engines. It gets hard to calculate the delta V that way. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't like combining propulsion like that, Kyron, unless it's solid and liquid. What about using afterburning jet engines until they run out of air with just enough fuel to do the job? Maybe a little bit in reserve. Then kick the main engines to take it the rest of the way. I don't want to do that uncapping. Yeah, I guess if, like we wanted to make something that would be completely unrealistic, you wouldn't launch something and use jet engines as an assist for thrust. You know why? The jet engines in KSP are overpowered comparatively to their real-life counterparts. There's not many jet engines out there that make over 100 kilonewtons of thrust. Unlock rapiers. I don't have the time, even if I wanted to grind out the science, I don't have the time to do that. The shuttle engine nets you over 200 delta V over the whole transition from sea level to vacuum. Comparatively over the spike. Yeah, I'm just going to keep using the shuttle engines, guys. Did you see the automated stage transition on the KSP2 video today? I watched the KSP2 video. I didn't see anything like that. Automated stage transition? What does that even mean, Strike? I told you, Prey, that the Aerospikes in KSP are poo-poo. Poo-poo. Just poo-poo. They're terrible. The shuttle engine is the closest thing that we have to the RS-2200. At the end of the video, the staging with no one at the computer. That's what you guys got from that? Alright. Interesting. Huh. That noise is an encoded message, S-Master. The noise that the noise that it's making? Why do you not like combining propulsion like that? I think it'd be really effective. It seems to be a thing that people really don't do in real life. And not it seems to. It's not a thing that people do in real life. People don't combine two liquid fuel engines like that. That's not how that works. And yeah, you could do it in KSP. I understand this is KSP. Plausible realism. I don't like stacking engines like that. Did you see what was on the screen? Focus. Focus. Back to this. $36.74, $39.23. A single mainsail would be better than the damn shuttle engines. A single mainsail, you see that? Because we shed 2 tons of dry mass. How? How would I do this?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Dr. Steve Brule, 18-month resub. That would look so strange. What's the other high TWR engines that we have here? The mainsail is probably the highest TWR. $290 to $305 at 5 tons. No. I actually need this fuel. Hold on. I just want to see something stupid. It's probably not going to do anything. Let me put my 9 tons back on here. Thanks. We have nowhere near enough TWR that gets us the numbers, so that's not a thing. How much is the Bobcats? 2 tons? 2 tons a pop. $66, 3,800. That's 3,600 at 1.28. 3848. Total vehicle mass is 119. Nope. And once again, what's the shuttle motors? 3674, 119, 416. I'm thinking something like fire the RS-25s for 2 minutes, then shut them down for an aero spike for the rest of the flight. Yeah, you're thinking something like Titan 3. Titan 3 also uses stages, Ian. It's not an SSDO. The reason why they did that was to get more Delta V because the SRBs had enough to push the whole core stage up by itself without its engines lit. So that means it could air start the LR-87 with a full tank of gas. With SSDOs, that doesn't matter. I have, Sean, it's cool. No, RJ. We've put less than a day of thought into this. I'll figure it out, don't worry. Have you considered the Rockwell X-33 design? It was a fat shuttle. No, I haven't, and I probably won't because we've already gone down this path, dude. I only have a certain amount of time. That thing? It's a shuttle and an external tank combined into one thing, Sneaky, to make an SSTO. It's the shuttle with the external tank. Yeah, that's what it is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's no way this thing would have flown. Like, where's the, so? Yeah, how are you gonna fly with such a freaking big nose like that? Yeah, payload bay out in front. Well, I suppose if they put the hydrogen tank up high, LOX tank down low, maybe. So this is like the external tank backwards. Yeah, it's possible. The Beluga flies with the same nose like that. Totally different thing, dude. A field vehicle would have used tri-propellant. The X-33 would have used an SSME. Tri-propellant. Yoink. Interesting. Guys, I think everyone's like, oh, change this, change this, change this. I think I'll figure out a way to get this done right. Like, I'll tell you, I could cut a ton out of this design right there. Done. Because the bicouplers are heavy. If we just straight attach these like that, we just gained ourselves a ton of mass back. And I can cut out another ton up front if we got rid of this bicoupler as well. What's the current roadblock? I'm not sure we're going to have enough Delta V to get all the way up into space. Pruffles. The RP-1 tanks would have been right underneath the payload bay. So TJ, RP-1 for the TWR down low, and then they'd cut them and switch to hydrogen with oxidizer the entire time. They were going to run Carolox through a shuttle motor. Is that what you're telling me? Because you said tri-propellant. How are you gonna fuel-rich stage combustion cycle kerosene? No problem, Ian. Don't you still need to add wings? Well, RJ, all these tests are taking into account 9 tons of wings, thermal protection system, and anything else that I need. And once again, that's a gross overestimate. In reality, we're probably gonna be there. That's 4.5 tons, give or take. In which case, that's enough. Uncapping, yeah, I could do that if chat decided we wanted to build a more conventional rocket, but we decided to do this. Interesting, Ian. Alright. Squeeze in more fuel. Yeah, thing's gonna have to go on a diet, Sneaky, but then again, it's bare bones right now. It's about as light as it could be. So a single main cell would be a net improvement over this thing, which is still funny to me. No, some of them are not, Prey. Yeah, that's true, Nasty Man. You're not wrong.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Okay. Suganai, 32-month resub. So if I added another 9 tons, give or take, of fuel, and then 3.5 ton or 4.5 tons of payload on top of that. Actually, no, we'll figure 9 tons on top of that. 3816 and 4074. Jeez, demo. So, like, guys, when we say combining engines, I'll tell you, I wouldn't mind having an orbiter maneuvering engine, okay? So, like, the shuttle has 2 different types of engines, but I don't want, like, an upper stage engine firing next to a shuttle engine. If that's what you guys meant by, like combining engines, yeah, I'd be fine with that. That would be okay. But I'm not sure how to incorporate an ohm system into this thing. It's dummy big, builder, isn't it? Yeah, Kyron. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we don't have C and vacuum level versions of
Discovery,
engines like
go
that.
at throttle up.
And honestly, Raptor's upper stage engines could fire down here no problem because of the high chamber pressure. Nah, that's not enough of a margin, Hellfish. It's not enough of a margin to change it. We could deep throttle the shuttle engines if we wanted to, or we could fire an ohms engine. Upper stage or an ohm system doesn't make sense for something this size. You'll get basically nothing out of it. You're better off just using a couple extra verniers on the aft end. Yeah, but the verniers have terrible specific impulse. Terrible. 260. See, the way I see it is that we have more margin with the shuttle engines. We have the thrust. We have much more thrust. This is taking into account 9 tons of orbiter and everything else, and then more fuel tanks on top of that. Raptor Vac would still get a gnarly under expansion regardless of the sea pressure. The nozzle is still designed for vacuum. But yeah, it wouldn't though. Yeah, because we've seen one firing down here. Hey, Zelnerd, what's up? All right, I know what I need to do. I got to redesign the tank. We need to redesign the front tank. I'm going to do that. This design will benefit from the vehicle being just a little bit longer. My center of mass will be more I was about to say more closer to the center of the vehicle. No, it'll be closer to the center. And yeah, it'll be closer to the center. Yeah, pretty much. That's actually pretty much it. Yeah, I can do that right now. We can redesign this. That's not a problem. I'm gonna have to redo the struts one more time, but it's okay. And once again, I put this here, taking into account that I'm adding 9 tons worth of more fuel, and then 9 tons of payload on top of that. And then the numbers actually get pretty damn good. If we wanted to go even crazier, I suppose we could. What happens if I just do that? That puts me at 45. 45, I mean, that would be great. Now, what happens if I put 9 tons on top of that and then lock that out? That puts us at 3927 altitude, 4193 in vac, which is not bad. Not bad at all. Racing in 10 or in an hour. Oh, crap. Probably in an hour, Sawyer. Or sometime in between. I know what I need to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Hey, Shrekik, what's up? Yeah, that's the right move. Yeah, TJ, I have extra TWR to mess with this, so I figure if we're gonna put 2 shuttle engines back there, let's put 2 shuttle engines back there, you know? Nice, Shrekik. Recently got a welding job and I start soon. Very cool. That's awesome. At what point do we decide if making this orbital has merit over getting the info we need to just go big? Could use it for suborbital tests. Wouldn't have a problem with that. Decreasing the amount of tank part. Well, no, Hellfish. It depends on the it depends on the tanks. 4 of these is the exact same as the big orange tank. So. Oh, nice, O-Force. That's good. It's not, but it's 1.48, 39.27. I saw it, RJ. It's New Glenn. Looks good, man. Okay. Excuse me for a second. Okay. I'm gonna redesign the forward tank right now. That LOX tank is a lot longer. It doesn't. Mine was going like this. See, it's stretched. It's stretched out. Like these are perfectly cylindric, and then it goes to cones. Unlike these bilobe tanks, that's a completely different design. So I'm just gonna make this thing look more like that. You can make one side of the tank with fuel, then get the shape, and just use a fairing to look like 2 composite tanks. Notice anything wrong with this photo? Not necessarily, Katra, but it's missing some parts. Still cool, though. I'm dead set on the X-33. I want to do it. guys. I want to. Look at the left tire on the trailer. Whoa, guy blew a tire. I didn't notice that. How much clipping is considered acceptable? Profils, I generally see how like there's this empty space right here. Basically from here to here on the tank is empty, right? Like in terms of volumes, because they had assumed that you have a forward skirt and stuff. I try to clip roughly equal to the volume that would be like lost here if this was one tank, so not too much. Like that's not too much volume, but it is a lot of volume. That and the fairing space too. The fairing space fuel tank, you know what I mean? I try to make sure the volume more or less equals out. We might be a little bit overboard right here. It's probably more like that. Which means that this fairing needs to stay thicker for a longer period of time. Nice. It's a better looking part. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we got that looking right. I think we're okay, guys. I think just a quick redesign here is getting us what we're looking for. But you know what? Well, I don't know why I did this way. We should do it internal. Like this. I should do the internal structure like we did. Much stronger. Much stronger. Wow. There. Okay. Let's go back into our tank testing craft file. And, bye-bye. Huh. Wait, what did you just do with those struts? I connected the tanks to the tanks. This tank is strutted to that tank, this tank is strutted to that tank strutted to this tank strutted to that tank. What are the fairings for? Arrow. They're occluding the tanks. Thanks for explaining. Alright, now I don't need to run these at such a crazy angle. Quick drag test. That's the DV readout with nothing though. That's just the tanks. Arrow is going to be a little bit more difficult, but numbers are numbers. It's all right. What's your target payload mass? 3 to 5 tons. Yeah, this is good. I mean, it's not going to take up the exact surface area of that, but it's going to look good. All right, let me rerun some of my struts temporarily. Then we'll do some arrow work. I'm going to run them just to make sure that I remembered that I need to run them. Okay, let's put the probe core back. I don't know where the heck that attached. All right. All right, what do our numbers look like? 1.48, so we have the TWR for some payload, and, well, for the rest of the dang vehicle. And then vacuum is 48, so 45 to 48. Now what happens if I put 9 tons? Now, we're not going to be able to take 9 tons into orbit. I'm just taking into account that this payload might be, or that what I put in here might be payload, and then literally the rest of the vehicle that I need to make, like the wings, the thermal protection system, control surfaces, payload bay if we decide to do that. And it gave me the numbers that I thought it would. 3901. What if we have 4 tons of payload in potential vehicle? 4159. Now my question is, Sneaky, we have wiggle room again now, but why didn't I had wiggle room before? Where did it go? I also lightened it. This had a bicoupler in there, and this is actually a lot lighter, but it's a slightly bigger fairing because it's a longer vehicle. All right, let's put it out there and let's see what the arrow tells us here. Oh, no, I don't want fuel. See, the reason why, like, I'm going through all this with the tanks and stuff is because this isn't a rocket. I have to take a first stage, a second stage, a payload, and an airplane and combine them into one vehicle. So now I have to do all the testing for each one of those things. It does get a little bit tedious. But we want to make something crazy. I mean, chat, I'd assume that chat really wanted me to do something nuts when they requested SSTOs, so that's what I'm doing. Did you reroute to the front fairing? Yep. We are rerouted to the front, and dry center and mass indicator is actually quite good. That means I can move these up a little bit. to there, and then we can move the docking port a couple of ticks forward. Nice. Because I made the vehicle slightly longer, it moved this forward. That'll make this thing way more stable during, well, flight, pretty much. We figure out it's going to be Omega Mint. See what the arrow is doing. Man, if I can get this thing to work, it's gonna be pretty cool. Do you plan to make a larger Venture Star for more payload? Yes. My X-33 is gonna be orbit capable, Gorgon, just for like crew. That's it. This is what the crew will use to fly around. You know? All right, let's see. Arrow. Are the tanks occluded? Tanks are in fact occluded. Yep. That one's showing the... These ones show the same. Those ones showed slight differences. Okay. So this is going to make more drag out the back. Perfect. Perfect. You win. Dude, this thing's gonna be cool. It's gonna be pretty damn cool if we get this right. Ah, nice, Nikki. That looks good, bud. Freaking rescue mission. Well, I mean, the rescue mission isn't good, but you know. You know. Yeah, Chivo, I'm gonna see where we can go with it. I told you I'd do this in good faith, so if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. And I'm not, like, purposely gonna stall the project because I'm not that big of a fan of this. If we're gonna do it, we'll do it. Hey, Frank, what's going on? I haven't been in the stream in a while. What is this and why is there a hole in it? It's a prototype tank configuration for an SSTO that I'm working on that's basically... Well, it's an SSTO and a shuttle. It's a first stage that just has a payload bay in the center that flies all the way up into space. There's no second stage. And then it comes back down and lands like the space shuttle. Out of curiosity, where's the crew compartment supposed to be? Right here. Crew or payload. Either one. We could do something like this. I mean, if I do interstage nodes here. Could do that. That would work. In the real one, X-33 was not supposed to be crewed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Venture Star, I'm not sure. Not sure where that would have ended up, to be honest with you. I think they would have been riding up here. The crew would have been on top. So, like, the cockpit would have been right here. And then the payload bay would have been behind it. It would have been, like, piggybacking it almost. Well, TJ, we found a video the other day, dude. Here. Check this out. Stand by for classical. How about that orbital launch vehicle? Yes. So this is a Lockheed promo video here.
The cost of going to space. Lockheed Martin is building and will fly an extraordinary, fully reusable vehicle, the X-33.
Yeah. This is quite good, boy, if I do say so myself. Yo, check out this thing. Look. What the heck is this? I mean, it could just be the animation, but... Oh, man, we should have had... That's so stupid that we never did this. It's so dumb. You see how the Venture Star variant has like this top piece built over it? I think Lockheed intended for a crew and cargo or something. I don't know. Or that's just a hump, like with the payload bay. Like it's definitely supposed to, like, see, look. I mean, I would, maybe a crew compartment? I freaking don't know. What the hell is this for? Just a hump? Well, maybe we should put a crew compartment there. What hump? Nothing. Do not hump. I mean, it's got a crew access arm, TJ. What do you want? Like, what is that? It's straight up, what is that supposed to be? Oh, dude, can you imagine how ridiculous this would actually be? Oh my god. In authentic 90s VHS quality. I mean, you could do this with shuttle engines, guys. It's fine. You could do that with shuttle engines, sure. I mean, you'd need something like the SLS core stage with basically a nose cone at the front and no SRBs. Or you could do it with SRBs. Then it would really have some kick. But either way, I don't know. We'll figure out a way to do that. But for right now, I'm just trying to emulate this in some way, shape, or form, and I think we're good. And the arrow is working how I want. So also perfectly classical music, boy. Have you been around here for the founding of the Doily Cots Opera Company? Yes. Oh, gosh. I've never seen that crew arm. Yeah, I saw it in we saw it in a promo video. I mean, keep in mind, that's just a Lockheed promo video, so I'm guessing, TJ, that it most likely says, oh yeah, this is what it could be. No, yes. Have you ever been around here for the founding of the Doily Cots Opera Company? Yes. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. I love democracy. What? Sorry. I love lamp. Oh, Force, do you really love the lamp, or are you just saying that because you saw it? You know what's coming, and it's not what you think it is. Nothing can stop what's coming. What, you didn't think that was coming? Doodoo caca poo poo! Pee pee! Can you spell that, please? No. How's Mission Impossible going? It's going all right. I had to redesign basically every tank today. That's good. But hey, now's the time to make big iterative changes. So we're good. Doodoo caca. Perfect. When diarrhea? Who has diarrhea? You should see an ambulance. All right. Great work today, guys. Seriously, we did some really good stuff. I'm pretty happy with this. Do not see ambulance for diarrhea. It was a joke. Do not see him. No, it's kids. Just go find the paramedics and be like, call an ambulance, please. And then just walk right up into the back of the ambulance and just dookie everywhere. I'm sure the EMTs would just love you forever. Yeah. You act like that hasn't happened? Having worked in EMS, we are unfortunately used to it. That specifically happened to you? Ooh, well, this is awkward. Okay. Just casually browsing houses in Weston, Mass. I know that guy. That guy has a shop in Weston. Yeah, he works on only European cars. Yeah. Fozzie's his house for sale? How much? 10 million? Weston is on the other side of the highway. That's, yeah, that's outside of 128, but inside of 495. And 7.5 mil. All right. Nice. Freaking Weston, dude. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, that place. Don't go look at real estate there. Yeah, you'll be like, okay. Looks like 1067 is the main main one in the running to fly the Inspiration 4 mission. Pocket change. Every house is over $1 million. $1 million is inexpensive in Weston, dude. And then the town south of it, Wellesley, as well. Yeah, dude, you don't even want to know. Don't go look there. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and like, yeah, parts of Newton are bad, but they're not that bad. Like, and I mean bad, not in like it's a bad neighborhood. Bad, I mean like you need to hit the lottery if you wanna live there. Fozzie, why are you browsing houses over there? You gonna move here? Yeah, Dover, Brookline, Lexington, Wellesley, Winchester, dude. Yeah, Thorne. Pretty much anywhere in Metro West Boston, dude. The prices start going back to normal once you get out by 495, dude. It's unreal. Hey, Chief, what's going on? I redesigned all the tanks, bud. Yeah, redesigned all the tanks here. God, no, it was just on Marketplace and saw a real estate sale and was wondering where it was. So that guy in Weston, dude, is selling. He's selling his house, huh? I know that guy. I not know him personally. I know of him. That guy has an exotic shop in Weston. It's in downtown Weston. Yeah, right by the it's right by a graveyard on Route 20. In Weston, yeah. It's on Boston Post Road bypass, dude. I know exactly where that is. I know that is that guy's shop because I've seen those cars outside of his shop before. Not anymore. 495 is the new 95. Remo and I went looking for houses out in Marlboro the other day. I found one. It had a lift in it, dude. It was so cool. I found a house with a lift in it. It's just the rest of the house was old, man. And the price was super inflated because of COVID. 95 is like, I'm hearing a lot of 95. Yeah, that's Boston's out mid-beltway. All right. Our fuel tank structure is pretty good, guys, so unless there's any numbers here that we didn't think about, the margins here are pretty good. And for what it's worth, I figured in 4.5 more tons of vehicle. I don't think there's going to be 4.5 more tons of vehicle here. So I'm pretty sure I overestimated, but then again, that's what I said last time. Let me just check something. If we add 9 more tons of vehicle, and then I add 4.5 tons of payload on top of that, and then we delta V ourselves out by putting fuel into fuel tanks here. Doo-doo kakapu. Pee-pee. He was just speaking Murloc, guys. Not really, Mason. 3921. Pray, you still here? Can you move fuel around using the checkbox in the resource tab? What? $39.21, $41.86. That's with 9 tons of vehicle and 4.5 tons of payload. So if we shoot for, yeah, okay, yeah, these numbers are right. I highly doubt I'm gonna have 9 tons of, wings and whatnot on here. I highly doubt that. Even if I do a panel thermal protection system, they're 10 kilos. What is that? 10 kilos a pop? There's no way. I saw 13 acres on the Canton Milton line for 750K. I didn't pull the trigger fast enough. Oh my goodness, Thorin. Oh. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I had the fuel checkbox open. So that's 4.5 tons of payload. Oh, $38.99. But once again, I don't think that's taking into account 9 tons of vehicle and then 4 tons of payload on top of that. Those numbers did work, but yeah. All right, so let's set this. Let's half that, 180. $37.58, 4,000. Huh. 9 tons of vehicle is a gross overestimation, guys. There's no way it's going to be 9 tons of that. $750K for one. Jeez, dude. Yeah, see, if we had 4.5 tons of vehicle, that number gets right in line. So we got to be very careful about the thermal protection system that we make here. But this is progressing quite well. 78 kilos. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. How much do the wings weigh? The wings don't weigh that much. 100 kilos. 200 there. At best, we're going to probably add like 2 tons of wings and then maybe another 2 tons of panels. And just, yeah. And then maybe some for the vernier engines. Maybe some fuel tanks for the vernier engines. Fuel tanks for the fuel cells. Even if it's 6 tons, we're still in the clear. And yeah, I mean, this is why I wanted to build this one first and not just jump right into the big one, dude. This works. I mean, the crew compartment, Nazman, I won't fly it with a crew compartment. We'll fly it empty. The crew compartment could be something that I could either configure one with it, right? I could configure one with it, or we could launch with it. Or we couldn't, like, maybe, but it'll be empty. Like, basically, I want something that I could place in here, right? If I have to. And then jettison it. Or not jettison it, but something I could take in and out of the payload bay if I needed to. I'm just chill. Relax. Chat, go relax. It's been all right. Fractured 2 ribs yourself? Oh, well, that's good. good, guys. You're gonna finally make me like the thing, aren't you? Sorry. I'm sorry. This is bullcrap. Oh, you can't do this to me. You can't do that. Oh, you can't do this to me. Come on. Ugh. I hate how much I like it. Yeah, me too. It's so annoying. Stop. Yeah, there's a lot of empty space up here. Alright, how does it look without it? Oh, it still looks good. The EJ33 is taking pretty good shape. Why does this work though? I don't know. Well, that's where the payload bay is supposed to be, Jack. That was just me messing with this. Like, if I wanted to make a crew version of one of these things. Or we could get, dude, we could get despicable and do something like this. That'd be so ridiculous, man. nice. Alright, soon. Try a Mark 1-3 in a service bay. What? Oh. Oh, yeah, because if you open it, right? You open it, you get a payload dispenser. Oh, that's cool. Alright. Alright, well, we made some huge strides on the fuel tank today, guys. And we did all the tests for it, too, which is good. Okay. I like the service bay twitching. That's a cool idea. We could do interstage nodes, right? And if I want this thing to move some small CubeSats, right? Just boop. I just got to make it so it wouldn't expose the bottom of the vehicle. Service bays occlude, do they not? Yeah, I know, Element. Me too. What have I done? So where do we get next in the testing hierarchy? I didn't really want to baseline the vehicle. Like, what I didn't want to do, Sawyer, was... seriously, like, what I didn't want to do was just build out the entire vehicle, but I don't really know where we're going to go next with this. I think I do need to work on the engine mounts a little bit. Just a little bit. Because these things are only radially attached to there. I need a mount plate, and I need the struts to the tank and whatnot. Yeah, Ray, well, that's the kind of testing that I'm going to do. It's a lot more in-depth than what we did with Dart, man, that's for sure. And I have all the sub-assemblies for the bilobes, too, if we need it. Yeah, see, now this just looks weird. Now that looks too stubby. That looks right. Yes, Bandit, we have. Alright. Excellent. This is gonna work. I am a lot more confident in this project today than I was previously. Cool. Alright, it's time for racing, dudes. Gotta work on that engine mount. Yeah, Nasman, for sure. I could, yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm gonna do what I did with Collins. That's actually what we do need to test. I need to test, thermal protection system. I'm going to use panels as tiles. And before you say, you're gonna what? I'm gonna use panels as tiles. I've done it before. It works. It works. Alright, T-Man. I'm not sure, someone. Yeah, laws. Mm-hmm. I was thinking, King, I was thinking arrow, or not arrow, I was thinking spade. But spade is a little weird. Shovel. Shovel. Yeah, shovel, we could call it that. Yeah, laws, we could do that. Super Collins, mini Super Collins. Alright, dudes. So that's gonna do it for me. We're gonna start up racing now. I hope you guys enjoyed the progress. It's basically gonna be this. I need this. Well, we need this thing basically ironed out by next week. Yeah, this needs to be flying next week with our schedule, or sorry, excuse for a schedule that you guys gave me. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you guys live that one down. But which basically, I mean, that basically means that tomorrow I need to, I'm just plugging in the steering wheel. Yeah, tomorrow we'll work on the thermal protection and then get the wings and everything sorted, and then it's integration. Integration is going to take a little bit, but it should be okay. Call it wedge. Trowel. Spade is sick. Night Jim. The ace of spades. I like that. Danny Dorito. How about like the HL33 spade? It's very, very, very mystical. David Spade, yeah, we could call it that. And then we're gonna be rich because we're gonna be the only people that fell in some white crud. Would you fall in some mud or something? Yeah, and I'm gonna be rich because I'll be the only person on Earth to know where to find white mud. I didn't say mud. I said crud. I love how they just put Chris Farley and David Spade in, like, I mean, Black Sheep and Tommy Boy they're not the same movie, but they basically play the same guys. Like, pretty funny. It's like literally the same movie, just characters have different names. I mean, it's not, but also, why not just Ace? I don't know. Arrowhead. I like that. I like the Arrowhead. That's cool. Call it Doge. Do I look like Wario to you? Alright. So, I'm going to get ready for racing, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to move to Assetto now. From there. With the hair, yes, you look like Wario. This isn't Wario's haircut. Man. Hello? Hello?
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi.